happens, you guys lose a fight, and I get in trouble. So you want the truth, I give you the truth.
Is that beef, like, still there?
It's not beef. That motherfucker's chicken.
What do you mean?
Bro, he's chicken. Beef, chicken, two different meats.
I thought you said cheating. I was like, what do you mean?
Chicken.
Kind of to go off of that, before we get into your fight, Stephen Thompson gave us kind of a funny story where Joaquin Buckley was kind of pestering him for a fight on International Fight Week, and then you went to Stephen and said, like, oh, you can't beat up your grandkid because you said Stephen beat you, so,
yeah.
And then you beat Joaquin Buckley, so that would make Stephen Thompson Joaquin Buckley's grandfather. Is that true?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, plus Buckley's annoying. And it's like, I don't understand why Wonder Boy would want to do that. Wonder Boy, at one point in time, he wanted somebody who was just going to strike with him. Buckley's not going to just strike with him. So, therefore, Wonder Boy's probably going to lose that fight.
Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Looking at your own fight, though, I think, your last fight you kind of took on relatively short notice to go to middleweight, and I think some of us expect you to go back to welterweight.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're fighting a guy that just fought at light heavyweight coming back to middleweight. So I guess did it matter who you fought? I know you're supposed to fight Chris, but now you're fighting Roman.
No, it never matters. So I was hoping I can get in heavyweight next. You know what I mean? I don't really care who I fight. At the end of the day, if it's a fist fight, I win. If it's a point fight, well, shit, they either lay or they do leg kicks all fucking day.
And I know when Chris originally pulled out, you put out that video and you're like, oh, fucking Chris, this and that, kind of tongue-in-cheek. But, like, were you bummed that you weren't going to get to fight Chris Curtis in Utah?
Yeah, I wanted to beat the fuck out of Chris, for sure.
Is there issues there, too, or is this...
Nah, it just made sense.
But now that you have Roman, do you like this matchup, too, or do you just want to beat the shit out of Roman, too?
Nah, I'm beat the shit out of everybody. That's a wrap?
All right, I got a couple for you right over here. A win right here would be your second in a row in the middleweight division. You'd also move into somewhere around 10th in the rankings in that division. Is there anything that would make you want to go back down to 170? Any fights in particular?
Yeah, so I was talking to the corner one day, right? And I was high as shit, and I was like, look, if I ever get to like a real title shot, I was like, and Bilal's still the champ, I'm instantly going down to 170 because Duplessis is a way better champ than Bilal is, you know what I mean? But that's not going to happen. So therefore, whenever they want me to fight, I fight.
And you made your pro debut back in 2015. By 2018, you had 15 pro fights. You had gotten signed to the UFC. Fast forward to now, you're about to make your 23rd walk to the UFC octagon. Years from now, when it's all said and done, what message do you want to be left behind on your behalf? What do you want them to remember about the Trailblazer?
I'm an active motherfucker. You know what I mean? It's like, at the end of the day, it's like I did a little electrical work before. My grandma and grandpa owned a janitorial business, so I understood the 9 to 5 and clocking in hours and getting done with the job to get paid. Half these people running around talking about we don't get paid enough, we don't get paid enough, we don't get paid enough. You don't even fight enough. It's like, at the end of the day, you want to get paid for shit that you don't do. Fucking sounds like a bum to me. So just remember, I wasn't the bum like the rest of these guys.
And last one for me, Kevin. You're tied for the most fights since October of 2021. Do you take pride in the numbers, the statistics?
Who's with me?
I was trying to figure that out myself.
Yeah, there's nobody with me. I think they're counting Kevin at 85 and Kevin at 70. There's nobody with me, bro. Nobody's been able to find it online. You can't find it. You got the answer, boss? Nobody? All right. There's nobody tied.
All right, so that would mean you are number one.
Yeah.
Do you take pride in those kinds of things, or is this simply just you living out, your dreams?
No, like I said, I had real jobs before this, so I understand activity. I understand, going to work so I can pay my bills, and I got a lot of bills. Respect to Alex, you know what I mean? Alex has done this and got the belt and stayed active. A lot of missions, and they're all successful missions. So, props to that. Me, I'm just active.
Thank you, man.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, you said DDP was a better champion than Bilal. I just wondered why you felt that. Was it skill-wise? Was it fighting style? What exactly?
Fighting style. That fool's fun to watch. I don't like him, but he's fun to watch.
I remember Dana said DDP fights like a white man dances. I'm curious, do you agree with that assessment?
No, I've seen some white men that can really dance. So, but it's pretty accurate, especially if you're looking at Cowboy over there in the corner.
Yeah, just wanted your thoughts on the main event for 307 between Pereira and Rountree.
Same as everybody else. Yeah. Trying to be a nice guy this week, guys. You guys trying to make me talk about people. Hey, appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Joaquin. First of all, before we get into your fight, I have to ask you, Kevin Holland was just in here.
That's what's up.
And he said that he's not staying at the Fighter Hotel in case he runs into you.
Oh, I'm not staying at the Fighter Hotel either.
But I guess before we get into your fight, I do have to ask, like, what's the issue between you and Kevin? Because he said, like, he doesn't want to actually get in a fight with you before the fight, and then you're both off, and then you both get in trouble. So I guess what's the issue?
I don't know, man. I guess everybody want to fight Lil Old Buck. But regardless, though, there ain't no problems. I don't have an issue with Kevin Holland. You know, I'm here to fight Stephen Thomas and get my paycheck, you know what I mean? But if Kevin want any beef or any problems, you know, he's just going to have to pull up on me, that's all.
Well, also, like, it's like you said, Kevin Holland seems to have issues with you. You know, you said you might run into Daniel Cormier at the
No, I just got done talking to DC.
So I guess how was that?
That was cool. You know, we was in front of the camera. I thought we was just gonna be in a room by ourselves for a bit and just be able to talk like man, you know. But it is what it is. We had a good conversation, a good interview. It'll be out, so people be able to see it.
Were you hoping that you could talk to him off camera before?
Yes, I thought that's what I thought it was gonna be. But I think, you know, off camera, you know, and just man to man, I think that's the type of conversation that I'd rather have. I'd be more comfortable with, if anything.
Sure. And looking at your fight on Saturday against Stephen Thompson, a guy a lot of people have, you know, they call him a puzzle in there, like tough to figure out. So I'm curious, did you have to bring in anyone specifically to prepare for such a unique style?
It was hard. It was hard to find. I went to Texas and Austin to go train with Raymond Daniels, but that fight, you know, or not that fight, but that training and that sparring never happened. And, you know, I was a little bummed out. I was like, damn, you know, there's nobody else that can replicate that type of style besides, you know, that person that I tried to go train with. But then I thought about it. I said, bro, who is he training with, you know, in order to, you know, imitate me? So I feel like at the end of the day, this is just going to be the fight that who got the best version and the best style that night in order to get their hand raised.
And Kevin was also in here saying, you know, Stephen likes guys that want to strike with him, and Kevin's like, Joaquin's not going to do that. He's going to want to go in there.
Yeah, he right. Kev right to the motherfucker. Yeah. I'm going to take him down.
And kind of like Stephen's at this point in his career, you know, he's one of the oldest fighters on the roster. But if you look at all the guys that have beaten him, they've gone on to fight for titles or become champions. Do you view Stephen Thompson as sort of a gatekeeper to the top 5 at welterweight, or do you still think he is this guy that can make runs at titles?
That's up to him. You know, right now he's definitely going to be somebody that's going to help push my name. You know, so you can call him a gatekeeper, but. You know, he's definitely been at the highest level for the longest time. You know, this is actually the lowest ranking he's ever been, you know, that we've seen. But at the end of the day, you know, I can't tell his story, you know, but I can only make mine. But at the end of the day, I really feel like this win for me is definitely going to put me in a position, you know, where I can fight, you know, for a title one day.
And Stephen's widely known as, you know, one of the nicer guys in the UFC. But I think I saw an interview where you said, you know, he's maybe not as nice as he puts on. Like, are you just saying that, or is that really how you view Stephen?
I mean, yet again, you know, having my own interactions, you know. But obviously, if you're trying to fight somebody and you want to get in the cage with them, you know, the energy going to be a little bit off. The energy going to be a little bit different. So that's what I felt, you know. It wasn't the same type of interaction that we had before when we didn't have a fight coming up. So when he heard me that I wanted to fight and then I wanted to get in the cage with him, you know, he started acting a little bit different. So it is what it is. I can understand it.
And just a couple more from me. I also think I saw a video where, you know, you want to slow this fight down just because, you know, altitude, you don't want to be chasing someone for 15 minutes. So did you have to do any preparation to just, you know, acclimatize yourself to the altitude of Salt Lake?
Yeah, so we came out here a week earlier. As soon as I got out here on Monday, went out to Avenue Twin Peaks and did a lot of mountain runs. And I was planning on hitting 10, could only hit 6 at the time, you know what I mean? So could really feel the altitude for sure. But, you know, once we kept being consistent in the work that we kept putting in, Wednesday I hit 8, and then Friday I hit 10, which Friday was my best day, you know, and I didn't feel the altitude really affect me at all. So I really feel like right now, you know, I'm in the best condition to definitely be out here in Utah to really put on the show for 15 minutes.
And just last one for me. I think since your last fight, you know, like, you know, you said everyone wants to fight you at this point. Like even, you know, DC even seemed to have an issue with you for a bit. So I guess how's life changed for you since, you know, you beat Luque, you had that quick turnaround fight in your hometown. Just how's life changed for you outside of the octagon?
Outside of the octagon, there's been a lot of changes. I feel like, the easiest thing that I can do is fight. The things that outside of my control, I've really been trying to focus on just in my life. Right now, I'm back in St. Louis full time, so just developing a schedule to make sure that, I'm able to fight at the highest level and at my fullest potential. But, right now, that's what we've been focusing on, just, getting life together, But right now, with me being able to fight and getting into the cage, like, that's what I do best. So ain't much thinking about that, Just go out there and bang. Appreciate it.
Hello again.
Well, good morning. How's everybody doing?
It's good. Thanks for having us back here in Utah.
It's been 3 years, huh? Yeah. I remember the first time we spoke, it was kind of like, what's this place, Salt Lake City, Utah, doing with, UFC and pay-per-view, and I tried to allay your fears, and then we had a great event last year, and so, hey, we're back, and we're thrilled to be back. Yeah.
Since the time that we first came here, it feels like Salt Lake is growing leaps and bounds. You got the Olympics, the NHL team. Do you feel like the UFC deal was the spark that let other people know that, hey, we could be a destination for you to come here and help us grow as well?
Yeah, I think if I recall, the first year we started talking about our Olympic legacy, right? Sport and Olympic legacy, we've hosted about 1,100 events. I created the organization back in 2000 for Governor Leavitt. And the goal was host major events, trying to get the Olympics back here again to utilize the infrastructure we have in place, and then position Utah in the global sports marketplace. We have an NHL team now. We've got the Olympic and Paralympic Games coming back in 34. I was in Paris for that this year. So certainly the USC was a key part of that. When you look at last year, Chris could probably correct me, but I think the global media value was about $1 billion. So when you start saying it's not just winter sports here, we have a tagline, state of sports, Utah the state of sports. So I think clearly having the UFC as a partner, hosting the pay-per-view events was probably a little unanticipated, but we've always been big in action sports. Tony Hawk's a dear friend. We do Tony Hawk events, action sport events, and fighting and mixed martial arts is a key part of that.
Do you feel now that Salt Lake City has become part of the UFC's calendar as a destination, that it's each year seems to grow a little bit, right? We had the crazy knockout with Leon Edwards and Kamaru Usman. Then the next year we had another crazy knockout with Dustin Poirier and Justin Gaethje. It feels like almost Salt Lake City is the place where something kind of magical and crazy happens. Do you feel like each time the UFC comes back here, that aura and that sort of ambience around the event is growing?
Well, you guys could probably answer it better than I could, but from my perspective, when you see the kick around the world, hurt around the world, right? You see Gaethje off the octagon do his backflip, and start looking at some of the magical moments here. Clearly there's something here. We feel it's a fit for the community. The community supports it, and again, it fits in this kind of sports portfolio we've created. We have, with the IOC in town last week, spent time with President Bach, the IOC leaders, global property. UFC has become a major global property. So I certainly think with the UFC and being a fit for Utah and being a fit for what we're all doing, it is.
And on a personal level, right, you mentioned some of your goals to have the NHL come here, UFC come back here, the Olympics come back here. Personally for you, how satisfying is that to know that this was your goal and you're starting to see it play out where Salt Lake City is a destination for these sports and Utah is becoming the state of sports?
I think one of the goals we've, done a great job at evolving into is it's not sports anymore. It's sports and entertainment, right? We had Dwayne Rock. I was with him about 3 or 4 months ago at a WWE event. So you start looking at this world of sports that we all live in. 3 years ago when we first met, nobody would have thought that the convergence of sports and entertainment would have been taking place. Look at the Sphere. So when you look at what's the trajectory of sports, where are we going as a sports industry, where are we going with the MMA, the UFC, Olympics? I had a chance to spend a lot of time with the person over all the Olympic Games. And we talked about sport and entertainment and how important getting to other demographics is becoming. And certainly this whole world of what the UFC is doing, not just as a sports property, but as an entertainment property, I think is creating great value for states and locations that are hosting them. And I think that holds true for Utah as well.
Quick one over here, unrelated to UFC, Olympics, or anything. Was there any update on the hockey team name?
The Utah Hockey Club, my friend. So that's it right now. They actually have been getting input from fans, and there's a list of names. They've whittled it down a bit. But for right now, that's the name they've chosen. And the one thing with SEG, Smith Entertainment Group, and Ryan, we're all about branding Utah. We think everyone wins in Utah, the cities. So I have a hunch it could be the Utah, whatever the name is, just like the Utah Hockey Club, the Utah Jazz, Utah Sports Commission. So we believe here in our community we have the most iconic mountain biking event in the world taking place next week. We had a top 10 football game taking place Saturday. IOC's in town last week. We have you guys this year, this week the UFC. So I really think we're becoming a global sports and entertainment destination, and we'll continue to kind of be pushing that and positioning this as another one. MLB is another.
That was going to be my next question.
Yeah, Major League Baseball. I've done this a time or two. Major League Baseball is also on the horizon, and we've already got a commitment from the Miller organization that founded the Jazz, the Delta Center, to help fund that. There's already property been committed, and the legislature has already created funding for that. So I don't think it's a matter if, it's just when we get a Major League Baseball team. And so when you look at when we first spoke 3 years ago, talking about this sports, the evolution of sports, how UFC fit into this as a partner, a global partner, trying to get the Olympic and Paralympic Games back. For me, it's kind of interesting to see it evolve, but hey, like all of you guys, there's always the next story, there's the next thing to do. So we're looking out our window right now saying, what's on the horizon? What are we going to do different? What are we going to do to capitalize not only on what we've done to get to where we are right now, but to continue to build on that?
Jeff, hopefully I can get this out a little bit because I don't want to infer that obviously like UFC was the first major sporting event to come to Utah. Obviously the Olympics and what the Jazz were doing with the NBA and all that stuff. Like sport's been a part of the fabric of the state for a while. But was there a kind of a feeling that this organization coming back year over year sort of primed the pump, if you will, for a lot of the big sporting organizations to kind of want to come through? Because now you see like Black Desert Championship down south with the PGA and the LPGA Tour coming through and a bunch of like the, obviously you touched on the hockey club and potentially Major League Baseball and whatnot. Like, are kind of the bigger leagues now sort of seeing success of really big organizations like the UFC and sort of looking a little bit more at Utah, I guess?
Yeah, I would think that's fair, although the UFC, since we held the first one in August, has grown and changed remarkably too, right? So it's just not been a static. But I think the relationship we have with the UFC has certainly been something that we can showcase and people can look at. I have people in other cities, other locations saying, yeah, what are you guys doing? How do you keep getting the UFC back and pay-per-views? And we've got a great relationship. They've been a great partner. I think we're a good partner and a good fit for them too. So certainly having a marquee event globally like the UFC here is meaningful as we market the state to do other things, sure.
Dana likes to talk in really big platitudes. That's just the nature of his personality and whatnot. But what can you tell us about kind of the long-term prospects of this fight, other UFC fights, that kind of thing with the state?
Well, there's a couple of things. We did a media study before the kick heard around the world. It's an interesting data point. And we said, what was the global media value? I think it was about 700 million. I said, but I want to extend it another 3 months. See what the pickup is after the fight, because we knew there would be a lot of additional media and social and digital value that would be generated from that kick, right? And we ended up about just under 900 million, if I remember right. So again, the value that the UFC has to us in terms of a community event, I think is really, really significant for organizations like ours. We're always trying to look at how do we position the state, how do we do things that will position us for the next opportunity, and Dana, we love Dana, but you're right. He throws platitudes, but I'll also throw some platitudes back to the UFC. They've been a great partner. And you don't do things like this that are meaningful unless you have a great relationship, you have great partners. It's reciprocal. And so we've been very fortunate to have forged a great relationship with the UFC, Dana, Lawrence, Pete Dropic, all of the different staff, Chris here. When they come to town, it just feels like we've known them for a long time. It feels like there's a relationship here that it's symbiotic. And so we look forward to hosting more events in the future, having that continue to grow as, you know, the state of sport. We have the largest senior games in the world hosted here next week down in St. George as well. The mountain biking events in St. George, you got 3 marquee events, Ironman World Championships. So when you start stepping back and say the Olympic and Paralympic Games is over here and just look at what we've done as a community over here, it's pretty remarkable when the Olympic and Paralympic Games just become one of the great things you're doing, but not the great thing you're doing like in 2002. That's pretty remarkable when a community can evolve like that.
Last thing for me, and I just barely kind of thought of this, but obviously having a local fighter on the card now officially in Court McGee, what kind of a big deal is that for, you're talking about community, the fight community obviously, but just the way the Utah community embraces. Is that a big deal for this event?
Well, yeah, I was just talking to Patrick Fishburne, who's on the PGA Tour. We created with a golfer named Tony Finau mentoring program that he and I created to try to get other players on the PGA Tour. Tony was in the President's Cup last week. So Patrick and I were talking, and whenever you have a local player who's playing, certainly the interest level goes up, and the community supports it. So I would anticipate that would be the case this week as well. But we've always had a great fighting, going back to the Fulmers, we've always had a great fighting vibe here. I think sometimes people haven't seen that, but that's not something that's just happened lately. We've always had a really strong boxing community, fighting community, and so having the UFC here, having Court fight, and also have others who are fighting. And I think, not unlike the Olympic and Paralympics, as we continue to host more of the UFC events, I think you'll see more people training, more people locally getting involved, and I wouldn't be surprised if over the course of the next 10 years you see some emerging fighters from here that are significant. Good. Thanks, guys.
This drive now belongs to you. You gotta start using drives. Can't keep things to one. Any issues, everything. Yeah. This is yours for now. You said dump it on computer, dump it on.
morning.
Tecia, over here. Obviously, it's been a little bit since we last saw you, so I guess, how's life been since, your last performance in the octagon?
Life's been pretty great. My daughter's growing up very quickly. They say don't blink, and that's 100% true. Just enjoying being a mommy with my wife, and went through the grind for the last 8 weeks during fight camp.
Before we get into your fight, I think I saw you brought her to Fenway for the first time, so how was that?
It was awesome. Actually, it was not her first time at Fenway. Last year, it's okay. For my birthday, we went to the Morgan Wallen concert thinking, at that time, I'm Mama Bear more than Raquel, I think sometimes, but protecting Raquel with protecting Alea. And we sat in the stairwell because she was too little. We were too close with our tickets and stuff. So her second experience was an actual game, and that was really fun. She enjoyed it. She liked the little baseballs, foams that they gave her or whatever, but it was a good time.
Did she understand what was happening, or was it just, excitement all around?
Who knows if she understood, but she had a good time. She was smiling. She enjoyed it.
Well, and looking at your fight on Saturday, I'm sure you've been asked this a million times, but what do you think of, fighting on the same card as Raquel?
In the beginning, didn't really care for it because I get anxiety for myself, and then for her, it's even more so. So my only thing is I would like to fight first, and for us, it happens where I fight first, and then I could get my W and worry about her after.
And obviously, you're matched up with Carla, a person that you obviously have history with. I'm curious, are you surprised it took this long for you guys to, match up again in an actual UFC fight, not like an exhibition matchup?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, for a long time now, I've fought all the champions in my weight class. Yeah, it was bound to happen again. It's awesome that it's, her going away fight. I'll give it a nice going away for her present.
Were you surprised she announced it kind of so far out from the fight? Because some people don't like announcing it because then that's the question they always get. They kind of decide in the octagon. So are you surprised that she announced it kind of so far out from your fight?
No, Carla has never been anyone I feel to keep secrets or anything like that. She's pretty by the book.
And obviously Raquel and Juliana, their issues stems from the Ultimate Fighter when they had to share a room. Did you have any issues with Carla when you guys were in the Tough House?
Mm-hmm. Prior to Carla having a child, she wasn't my favorite, if I'm being honest. No, just because in the house, we were all young, and I felt like I didn't stand up for myself enough, and she was one of the girls that weren't as nice to me, and just over the years, things have been said about me, particularly my body, and she has been one of them who has, in the past, said I took steroids or whatnot. I think she quickly changed her mind after I had a baby, and I looked the exact damn same, and now she's super nice. We just talk mom talk. It's cool. I'm letting it go, but I do remember that. I don't forget it.
But she hasn't come up to you and said, there hasn't been a formal apology for anything?
No. I mean, if you want to give it to me, Carla, you can give it to me, but it's all good. Yeah, I'm just genetically gifted. I work hard. At one point, I was the most tested athlete in the United States. In the UFC, I've probably been tested over 80 times, never had an issue. Just freak of nature.
Sure. And then last one for me, you've had some issues being on the wrong end of split decisions lately. Carla can make fights. Mm-hmm. She can make fights a split decision type of fight. So I guess, how do you see this fight playing out? What do you think you need to do to not force another split decision?
Yeah, the split decisions have hurt me. It's hurt more the loss than anything, than getting punched or kicked by these girls or whatnot. I truly believed I won those last two fights. But for Carla, her game plan is to take me down. That's her way to winning is take me down, hold me down. I don't see that happening. I believe I'm stronger, faster. I have really good movement, ring knowledge, IQ. We've both been fighting for a long time. My striking is a lot better than hers. Yeah, so I just feel like I'm going to stuff all her takedowns, keep it striking. If it does go to the ground, I'm fine with it. I'm not scared of her jiu-jitsu or anything like that. I think she's a great fighter overall, but I don't think her skills match up to mine.
Tecia, right over here.
Yep.
Is Raquel going to be in your corner or anything like that?
No, Raquel won't be in my corner.
Also, what is it like just being married to a UFC champion? Obviously, you being a fighter yourself as well.
We've been together for the past 8 years. We've had lots of ups and downs as any relationship, and being in the same sport and the same occupation has had its benefits and its pullbacks. But we've gotten to a point where now we're able to manage it, and get through with our days, great, and I love it. Having somebody who understands the grit, the grind that it takes to be in this, sport at this level is awesome. In the beginning, we used to train together a lot, but over the years, we found out separating our camps is best for us, especially for me. I'm very emotional. I'd say she helps me out more than I help out her. She can be a great partner for me. For her, I'm not big enough, She needs to go with the guys to get a good go. But as far as being with the UFC champion, it's awesome. I'm proud of my wife, I've been there for 8 of her 14 years of her career. We both came up from the Ultimate Fighter. I know what it took to get to this point, and it's just inspiring for me. I'm still, getting at it. I feel like I got one more good run in me, and I feel like I can make it happen for myself too. I just need to, switch some things up, be meaner or something. Like, I have the skill, I've never been finished. I've never been truly beaten up or anything. I've fought the best of the best. It's just timing. And my coaches keep telling me, like they told me last night, like, Tecia, you keep getting better. Because I talk to them all the time, like, I don't know, I got like 2-3 more years, like 3 max, I want to have another kid. But they're like, you just keep getting better, like, let's worry about that later. So honestly, it's the judges who keep fucking me, if I'm being honest. Like, I go back and I'm like, I don't know who the judges were, but do they go home and they rewatch that fight and they're like, man, I took away opportunity from this girl, I took away money from this girl, like, that sucks. I wish I could have done something different. So I kind of wish we had universal, like, where they tell you the score afterwards, how Invicta does it. That'd be awesome, because then, like, as an athlete, I know, like, oh, okay. But nonetheless, I'm excited. My wife is amazing. I'm ready to get my hand raised and then get back there if she wants me back there with her. If not, I'll be in the crowd with my family. We got about like 40, 50 people out here waiting to support us.
Tecia, I'm just curious, how difficult was it for the two of you to be in fight camp at the same time and also be mothers?
Yeah, we fought before together, but this was a different thing. Time management was very important. When they say it takes a village to raise a child, it really does, and I learned that through this fight camp. Raquel's mom, Leia's Coco, as she likes to be called, and her best friend really helped us. Her mom had her twice a week, overnight. Her friend had her 3 or 4 times during the week, during the day, and we would just switch off. Raquel would train, and then I would train. I would drop off the baby in the morning. She'd pick up the baby in the evening, and it really worked for us. It sucked a little bit because, we want to be around our daughter all the time, but that just made it work, and it made things less stressful for us because we were able to get some errands done during the day as well in between training sessions. But overall, it went really smooth, and I'm grateful for the help we had.
And is it kind of a positive in the negative, the fact that you were both in camp at the same time, that you'll both be off at the same time, you'll both be recovering at the same time?
I didn't look at it like that, but that sounds great because we're definitely ready for a little vacation. We normally go to Florida and visit her family and my family. So that's what we plan on doing after this, and enjoying Halloween. We have our daughter loves Bluey, so we're going to be the Bluey family for Halloween. I'm excited for that, and I'm just excited for a little break, I'm not getting any younger. I'm grateful I don't have, many injuries or anything like that, but I need a break.
Thank you.
Tecia, right over here, your opponent, Carla Esparza, is coming back from what we can kind of say maternity leave, and this is something that you experienced as well, pretty recently too. What do you believe to be some of the biggest hurdles that one has to overcome to make this transition back to fighting?
Well, number one is just getting your body used to be getting hit again and moving. For me, I had a C-section, so it was a little bit different. I don't think she had a C-section, but I don't know how her journey went. For me personally, the cardio getting back, after 2 years of not being in there like I normally am every day, my pelvic region, like movements, fast twitch movements were very hard. They hurt in the beginning. I wasn't able to make the turnaround. Like some girls, they do 5-6 months, like awesome for them, but there's no way I could have gotten hit in my, my lower region at that time. I think I took the appropriate amount of time off. I felt great in my last fight. It's just, the judges didn't see it that way, I guess. But yeah, maybe for some people it's weight because, you gain a lot of weight. I gained 38 pounds, but luckily I lost it very quickly. Yeah, your body just getting back and getting used to getting hit again, I feel like.
And last for me, how has having your young daughter in your life influenced you or given you an extra push within your fighting career?
It's amazing. Everything I do is for her and my wife now, our little family. I want her to look back on this one day and just be like so proud of her moms, how strong we were, how awesome we are as people, and just how great we are to her. You know, she has a beautiful life. She's experienced so much in the past 16 months that she has no clue, you know. She's loved by many. Yeah, she's my everything.
Just overhead. Do you feel that this fight's going to be any different with this being like Carla's retirement fight?
I think she's going to be same old Carla, same thing, coming in with some, like, drop, you know, here, going for the takedown or try to catch my leg and take me down that way. I'm not saying she's not going to take me down. She might, but I'll get right back up. I'll stuff a lot of her takedowns. I'll, you know, use my movement. Yeah, like I said, the key to her winning is holding me down, but I don't see that happening. There's not been a girl who's been able to do that. I've been able to get up and do what I want to do.
Okay. And how do you think Raquel's going to do against Juliana?
Oh, she's going to beat her. She's going to smash her. Like, I know some people are in Juliana trained, some people aren't, but Raquel's just so ready, man. I watch her spar. She doesn't spar girls for a reason. She hits hard. She you know, she has great submissions. I don't think Juliana has a prey. I think for Juliana, the only way she does it is her straight grit, because Juliana is, you know, she can take a punch, she can go 5 rounds, and she'll continue to fight. But I see Raquel's hand getting raised, whether it's a, you know, stoppage or goes to 5 rounds.
And just last one, how do you think the main event goes between Pereira and Rountree?
I'm a fan of Pereira, so I'll go with him. But honestly, they're both great fighters, great athletes. I wouldn't be mad with anyone of them winning. Cool. Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Mario over here. Obviously, you know, it's been a little bit since we last saw you in here, but now you're matched up with a legend like Jose Aldo. So I guess how's camp been? How's just the media attention surrounding you? You know, because I would imagine fighting someone of Aldo's like stature and pedigree in this sport kind of leads to more attention and eyeballs on your fights.
Yeah, it's been a good camp. I wouldn't say there's been a lot more attention on me, and I'm not too sure because like first this fight was going to be on the prelims too, so like. You know, I was thinking it's Jose Aldo. We're going to be on the main card right off the bat, but you know that wasn't the case. But other than that, it just feels like a normal camp to me. You know, as far as like the media goes. So it's just been a normal thing.
Were you hoping to be on the main card at first, and were you disappointed when you were on the prelims?
No, I wasn't disappointed. I was just happy with the fact that we got Jose Aldo, so I was good with that. But I was thinking more on the UFC side, like why isn't he on the main card? So, because I know he's the main guy in this fight. You know, he has all that following and everything. So, I was pretty surprised.
And you know, like you said, you were happy with Aldo. Was it the name? Was it the matchup? Was it the rankings? Was it just all of the above? Like, why specifically Jose Aldo? Because you know you were supposed to fight Cody, didn't work out. That probably should have been a big boost to your stock. But now you're getting Aldo, who's probably an even bigger superstar in this sport.
Yeah. I was supposed to fight Cody. I won my last fight, and I called out Rob Font, and that wasn't going on. And, you know, my last fight was in January, and it was getting to the point where I was like, I'll get anyone outside the top 15. I don't care. I just need a fight. So when I got Jose Aldo, I was pretty excited, pretty happy, ranked, and UFC legend.
When Jonathan Martinez got that matchup, he kind of had to ask again is like, are you sure it's Jose, like the Jose Aldo that wants to fight me? Were you surprised that they matched you up with Jose Aldo? Because I think when Aldo came back, there were talks that he could fight for the title in a number one contender fight. And then he's matched up with you, which people are really excited, but you probably weren't on the short list of names that for possible matchups for him.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised, that he's taking on like these young guys. You would think he'd come back and fight, someone like at his age, caliber, or a following, maybe like a Henry Cejudo or something like that. But props to him, he's willing to take the risk.
And I think I saw something that you said you actually studied Aldo when, for the Ricky Simone fight and everything, just for his takedown defense and everything. So did you take anything away from that study session that you want to implement in this fight?
Against him? No, I mean, I understand that Aldo's hard to take down, and that's something that we know going into this camp. But yeah, I was going to fight Ricky. I looked up all these guys that had great takedown defense, and Aldo was one of them. So I try to emulate some stuff from that.
And you strike me as a guy that doesn't really focus on the outside noise, because I think you even said like you would do this even if it was in an empty warehouse. You just kind of like fighting, but beating a guy like Jose Aldo, like that's main events, that's title contentions, that's number one contender fights. Have you thought about life would be like in terms of just outside of the fighting? You might have to be pulled in a lot of different directions with a win over Jose Aldo.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to have to just be myself and, I'm just like a homebody, I just kind of stay at home. I kind of decline some things. I don't know if it's good or not, but it just keeps my peace of mind, keeps me just focused on training. And that's what I love to do, just train, fight, and, but if it comes and if it's right up my alley, I'll do it.
It's like you, Sean, Kyler, like you're all like these high-level bantamweights, but you all just seem so different from one another. Like Sean gravitates towards the spotlight, and Kyler seems like, pretty mellowed and chill out. You're a homebody. So I guess what's it like in the gym when you guys are just all together and just three just elite bantamweights that are just so different outside of the octagon?
Yeah, I would say back in the day when we were all there together all the time, it was fun, man, just watching each other grow, taking these pro fights, just trying to follow each other, trying to keep up with each other, and we're doing that till this day, and it's crazy. We showed up to the MMA lab as kids, amateurs, and now we're in the top 15, and we got more guys coming too.
Did you guys all know that at some point you guys would all be here in this top 15 of the UFC even way back then?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. We always had talks about Ultimate Fighter. We'll do the Ultimate Fighter, contenders. We're going to fight these guys. So for it to come to fruition, it's pretty crazy once I look back at it.
You wanted to do the Ultimate Fighter? You don't strike me like a guy that would want to be in a house with a bunch of guys that whole time.
No. Any way to get in, the Ultimate Fighter. We even said the Contender Series, too, once that came about. So, yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to get your thoughts on the main event between Pereira and Rountree, like a prediction.
I think it's going to be a great fight. They are both dangerous, and Rountree could, shock us all. But I think Alex is doing what he's supposed to do, and I think he's going to be fully prepared for this fight, but anything can happen for sure.
You said in an interview a couple weeks ago that you're not going to get starstruck at all by Jose Aldo. Was there ever a moment in your career where maybe you met someone or you faced someone in the room where you realized all these guys are just fighters like me, and so I'm never going to get starstruck by anyone I face across the octagon? Yeah,
luckily the gym I train at, I trained with Sean, before, with Benson for the past 10 years. You go against Benson, he's a 55er, and he's not taking it easy on you. So, I never really had that feeling like about, I don't know, famous people, I guess I should say, I just know they're normal people, everyday lives, and that's about it, and we're all fighters, we all bleed, and that's it.
Mario, right over here. Right now you're on a 6-fight win streak, and things seem to be clicking more than ever for you right now. Do you believe that in this point in your career you may have hit a new stride?
I'm on the stride, I think everything is coming together. I'm 31 years old. I think it's like all those hard rounds I've done in my 20s, everything I learned now coming with like my smarts of how to use it, I'm in my prime right now, so I'm ready to go. And back a couple weeks ago during the camp, you made a post on Instagram. It was captioned by "Time for us to get a crown," and I thought that was a clever, caption. A win over Jose Aldo, having that feather in that cap, what would that mean to you? But also, what do you believe that win would do for you at this stage of your career? It would definitely move me into the top 10, top 5 possibly, And, as a fighter, you always want these fights, these Hall of Famers or someone that's been around, the game for a while, just to test yourself against them. So I know he's not in his prime, but that doesn't matter. It's just the name, and it's something that I've always looked forward to. Thank you.
Mario, I know you're from here out west, and so I just wanted to get kind of your impressions of Utah training out here and just kind of what your overall feel is for, I don't know if you've been able to feel anything of like the fight community or anything like that, but just what do you think of Utah? I got here Sunday. I think we went to the mall. Everything was closed. We asked the security guard, like, hey, what's going on? He's like, it's closed. It's Sunday. And we're like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's a Mormon community out here. But I love it out here. It reminds me of my hometown, same kind of climate, weather, surrounding areas. So I feel like at home here. Do you feel like that could give you a little bit of maybe a kind of a tactical advantage in some ways, just being familiar with the Western United States? And you mentioned it kind of reminds you of your hometown, that kind of thing. Does that give you a little bit more sort of peace of mind heading into Saturday?
Oh, well, I'm sure. I go around here. Everything looks familiar. People are kind of like the same. Like you know what to eat and this and that. So I'm sure just being out of the country, it's a little bit harder for you. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, guys.
Juliana over here. Obviously, big fight, a title that you've wanted back since your last fight, and against an opponent that I feel like you've kind of been circling for pretty much both of your entire career. So I guess how was camp, and I guess what are the emotions now that are only a few days removed from this fight that you've been calling for?
Camp was amazing. I feel like I've been thinking about this fight for the last 18 months. There is a part of it that feels surreal. I can't believe that it's actually here. It doesn't feel real. But I'm happy, I'm motivated, I'm excited, I'm ready to go.
Has it felt like one long fight camp for you? Because even after Amanda's last fight and she retired, Dana White at the post-fight in Vancouver was like, Juliana's probably going to fight for the title, whoever she's fighting next. And obviously you weren't ready to go. So has this just felt like one long, drawn-out fight camp since your last fight?
I'll tell you, the hardest part for me in all of my preparations is never my opponent. It's always myself and making sure that my body is healthy, willing, and able to carry me through the fight. So, yes, it's always felt like one big fight in order to get to the actual fight. And it's not necessarily about anything else other than is my body willing and able, and is it going to carry me through to get inside the octagon?
And obviously, the big story is, from your time on The Ultimate Fighter to now, I think you guys are the only two fighters left from that season still in the UFC. So I'm curious, did you ever think Raquel would get to this point? Like, when you were sharing a room with her and training with her and being around her, did you see her ever reaching the championship or fighting for the title even back then?
I have to be honest, and I don't mean this in any sort of disrespectful way, but I've never thought about Raquel and her fighting and what she's doing and how her career is going and the trajectory of how she's going. It's always just been a focus on me and myself and what I know I can do.
Were you surprised that she was the one welcoming you back with the title? Because I know you and Myra had some issues and people thought it would be you two matched up and then Raquel stepped in. Did you ever think it would be her holding the belt when you would return?
No. To answer your question, no, I did not. However, I will say that she has earned the opportunity, and she, did everything that she needed to do in order to, get gold. To me, it has always felt almost like she was fighting for an interim, just because I fell out with Amanda and I wasn't able to make that fight. Let me also piggyback that with, it was my fault. It was my fault that I wasn't able to fight with Amanda, and it was my fault that she was fighting for an interim. So the only person that I can blame is myself.
She said that you've been avoiding citing the dotted line for like a long time. She said that in a few interviews now. Like, were you guys ever matched up after The Ultimate Fighter?
No, and that's the part that doesn't make sense. We've never had a fight. They've never offered me Raquel. They never said to fight Raquel. Ever since I won The Ultimate Fighter, I have always been looking in front of my windshield. I've never been looking in the rearview mirror. So I've always been going up the ladder, and I haven't been focusing too much on, down the ladder.
She also said that she even prepared for 2 fights for this, Kayla and Juliana, in case Juliana pulls out again or anything like that. Do you think she's just saying that, or do you think she actually did try to prepare for 2 fights?
The only reason why I laughed at that statement is I was like, yeah, it's true. I always do get injured, so it's good for her. She will have realized that she made a mistake on Saturday night.
And then last one for me, I think you were in Manchester, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Watch Bilal.
Yeah.
And at his media day, he said that, Chicago sports isn't in the best shape right now, and he wanted to kind of take that mantle and run with it as like the champion in Chicago. So I guess, what was it like seeing him win the title and then, possibly getting the second title back to Chicago?
Well, that was my hope too when I won it the first time. I won the belt, I brought it back to the lake, and I was trying to make, Chicago sports scene, trying to motivate those Bears and trying to motivate, all the White Sox and anybody else I could that was playing professional sports in Chicago. Not so much my luck there. Bilal's doing a great job of representing the city of Chicago, and I'm looking forward to, bringing the belt back again so that we can both, especially coming from the same gym, be representing Chicago and being champions and hopefully motivating the other teams to, step up their game. Yeah, it's not looking too hot for the White Sox.
Juliana, right over here. You're one of the few fighters on this card who can say that they've competed in Utah before. Right before you got to The Ultimate Fighter, you competed here in Orem, Utah. Is that kind of a leg up for you, knowing that you've tested the waters of this elevation, which is always a storyline coming into Salt Lake City?
I will say it's what gives me confidence. I'll take you back to that time period in my life. In February of that year, I got ran over by a car walking on the sidewalk. A few months later, not even, my instructor, who's also a promoter in Spokane, Washington, said, my main event fell out and I need you to step up on short notice. And it had only been a couple of months since I had my nose shattered, which is this gigantic scar you see here, and since I jacked up my neck and my back from getting ran over. I took the fight on short notice. I got armbarred in front of all my friends and family, and I was so upset because I was like, I quit, I'm done. It was so embarrassing. It was my first loss experiencing that, and I was very embarrassed, but I was done with the sport. Fearing that I was done, he said, called me up, you have a fight in less than 2 weeks. I was about 153 pounds or something like that, and I had to make 125 here in Salt Lake City. So on 2 weeks' notice, I missed weight for the first and last time in my career at 127. They did not give me the pound, which I think I needed another pound too. So anyways, I was at 127, I came in. I remember my instructor pulling me out of the sauna by the scruff of my neck because I had passed out in the sauna, and like we thought I was dead. They didn't give me an IV, they wouldn't let me rehydrate, my hands were cramped up like this, and I lost a hometown decision to a girl from here, Salt Lake City. So for me, it was like, wow, if that doesn't give you the confidence that you can fight like in Salt Lake City on 2 weeks' notice, coming off of the couch, doing absolutely nothing, and going to a decision, which you could say, obviously I'm always going to be biased. I'm like, it could have gone either way. So for me, that is another thing that gives me a little added confidence, like that I'll be okay.
Given that tumultuous lead up to that fight, is there some sort of a personal redemption arc for you here, trying to look back and get that title back?
Absolutely, absolutely. For me, that was one of the challenges that I wanted to give to myself is, back then it wasn't in your favor, but this time it's going to be different. That's it.
Juliana, right over here. You said that this is the biggest fight of your life and the most important fight of your career. Did that lead to any different preparations or, training coming into this one, any more intensity than normal?
I know that this is going to sound cliche, but every single fight that I fight is the biggest fight of my life. But I feel like, especially at this day and age, the window of fighting for me narrows day by day by day. I am not no spring chicken no more. I'm not 21 years old, But with that being said comes experience, comes a bit of wiseness in the game. I feel like, again, every fight is the biggest fight of my life, but especially this one because I'm going for gold again, and you're not going to get 100 chances to fight for the belt. It took me a long time of calling for the belt to want to get to this point. And now that I'm at this point, it's to maintain, and I'm always going to be in these championship fights. So these are gigantic fights for me, and I'm going to do everything that I can to seize the moment.
And Raquel said that in the end, it's going to come down to who wants this more. How confident are you that you want this championship victory more than your opponent?
I believe that I want this opportunity and that this championship belt means more to me than it does to her. And it's very clear when you match us up side by side. Raquel has not been a good representation of the women's bantamweight division. She has not promoted. She has said no to embedded. She has constantly done everything that she can to avoid being the face of women's MMA and not being that big face that wants to promote and be that great representation of women's MMA. That to me is, you're telling me nothing, but you're showing me everything, or you're showing me nothing, but you're telling me everything, by not being that person that is letting everybody know that you're fighting. I want to be that person. That's my role, and I can do it better. And that's why I believe that I'm going to be able to seal the deal on Saturday night and get that gold again.
And last question from me: how has your coach Wayne Gregory helped and influenced you throughout your MMA journey up to this point, now getting ready to fight for this title?
If you go back and you YouTube Wayne's name, you'll see many knockouts, many fights. He's been fighting since he learned how to fight and learned how to box at 5 years old, and he has his own career that he had as a fighter. It started in the United States, and then it moved to Thailand, and then it came back to the United States. So when it comes to picking a brain of another fighter who can give you advice and guidance, I feel incredibly grateful and blessed and honored to be able to learn from him, as well as my other coaches, Mike Valley and Luis Claudio. These are experts in their field. I feel like I have the best team of experts around me. It's not just about Wayne, but it's a collective whole. And when I know that I have experts in jiu-jitsu, experts in in mixed martial arts, experts in boxing and Muay Thai, I feel like, wow, I am really, they are setting the stage for me. They are setting the table for me to just go in there and do my job, and they make it easy because of the preparation that they give to me. Mm-hmm.
Juliana, one more over here. When you were talking about how, like, Raquel, she hasn't been this representation of women's MMA because she's not promoting, is it, like, I know you're focused on the fight on Saturday, but there's obviously this big name that's also on this card in Kayla, and I think when you fought Amanda, that brought a lot of eyeballs to the sport because people always said Amanda needed a foil that could challenge her on the mic, and Kayla seems to be already promoting a fight with you, and you don't even have a fight lined up yet against her, so are you not looking past Raquel, but, like, are you kind of excited about the possibility of just the build-up to a fight with Kayla Harrison and the press conferences and the medias and the embeddeds that it could lead to in the eyes on this division?
Again, I like how you phrased that question because you said not looking past Raquel. My goal, my job is to be looking in front of my windshield right now. And Raquel is in front of my windshield right now. Kayla's in the rearview mirror. Kayla has a job to do, and I have a job to do. I need to get my hand raised on Saturday night. When that happens, then we can talk about Kayla. But right now, it's all about me and Raquel Pennington.
Obviously, this fight's been a long time coming, so how do you see it playing out on Saturday?
The way that I see the fight playing out is getting my hand raised. I am confident in my preparation. I will tell you that once that cage door closes, I haven't seen anybody that has the mindset, the determination, the will, and the grit that I possess. And I think that that's what's going to carry me through to victory.
And obviously, I know that you're focused on your fight, but who do you have in the main event?
I don't know. I haven't given a lot of watch to the countdown and to embedded to be able to, give my little, crystal ball predictions of who I think is going to win. I like both gentlemen. I think that they're both excellent fighters, and I know that the fans are in for an exciting and an incredible main event. Thank you.
Well, Khalil, how different does this fight week feel for you? Or does it feel different?
It doesn't feel too much different. I think the only thing that really feels different is being in a ballroom versus being at the Apex.
What about fight week? Did it feel, fight camp, did that feel different for you? Did you do anything special?
Yeah, special in different ways. I just think the energy of fight camp was a bit different. We finally got to start to prepare for a title fight. I think vibes were really high in training camp. A lot of smiles, a lot of good times, a lot of like enjoying the preparation and, just positivity, really, yeah.
Talk to me about that moment you got the phone call.
Wow. I was having one of the roughest days of my life. I was in the middle of some legal stuff, and my phone rang, and it was the UFC. And they're like, "Hey, how's your day going?" And I said, "Terrible. What's going on?" And they're like, "Well, hope this makes your day a little bit better. You're going to be fighting Alex October 5th in Salt Lake City." And my day turned around within a matter of seconds. And yeah, it was just all smiles from that moment on.
When you saw them calling, was it like a gut, like, oh no, what's
Yeah,
wrong?
I was like, come on. Like, this is the last thing that I was expecting. Yeah, going through what I was going through, and it was gut-wrenching, but it ended up being for the best, yeah.
I know you've talked before about, people online, what people say online, haters and that sort of thing. And obviously there was some backlash after the announcement, but were you able to kind of spin it in a positive way? Almost like this is motivation, everyone's counting me out, or did you not listen to it at all?
I didn't pay attention. I got no space. I got no time for other people's opinions. I mean, like, look, I'm fighting for the title on Saturday, and as soon as I got the news, that was all that I've been focused on. So if it upsets people in this, like, it's none of my business. My business is to do, what the UFC called me to do. So everyone's gonna have opinions even after this, but I can't let it be my concern.
I know, going back to you on the regional circuit and you fighting and just starting your career, I imagine you thought about this moment. Does it live up to the way you kind of imagined it all those years?
I didn't expect it happening the way that it did, right? It's crazy how everything unfolded. I would say I'm happy that I'm in the position that I'm in right now with this title fight coming up. What I mean is, like, I'm happy that I got this call and this opportunity, and I'm prepared for it, and I feel it. Like, it doesn't feel like a lucky thing, and I didn't have to scrounge and get ready. Like, I've been prepared for this. I've been saying it. I've been working for it, and now it's here.
What do you expect in there?
What do I expect in there? I expect to become the champion, 100%.
How do you see yourself matching up against him? I know obviously you're going in with confidence, but what kind of fight are you expecting from him?
It's really hard to say. I'm not expecting a certain type of fight. I'm going in there focused. I'm going in there determined, aware. A lot of this camp and a lot of my coaching and mentorship and stuff is really just been about me and focusing on me. I can't get lost in the lights of everything else. So I don't know what to expect, but I'm prepared for it all.
Have you seen him this fight week at all?
Not yet.
Are you excited to see him for the first time?
Excited is not the word to use. But I know it's bound to happen. And when it does, I mean, it happens. It's not really like a feeling of excitement. It's like, it's inevitable. So when it happens, however I feel inside is how I feel.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Khalil, other side. I don't know if you saw, but there was a clip going around yesterday of Anderson Silva in a media scrum in 2015 joking about how you knocked him out in training camp. And then he circled back and he said, I think you were 2-0 at the time, and he said that you were going to be a future champion all the way back in 2015. He was saying this. So I know you've envisioned like getting the belt and everything, but do you just think of that time too, and like people like Anderson have been calling you a future champ for 10 years at this point?
I think about those moments a lot, especially when those moments of doubt creep in, like self-doubt. I think we all deal with that a little bit, especially when we're going, after big things. And I remember that, people like Anderson have been saying this when I only had 2 fights. There was something that they saw being champions themselves, So, I think about it. I appreciate those moments. I love that they're out there and they're a part of my story, so that when I do become champion, it's just like it just all aligns,
What's it like when, because like it's one thing to have like your coach, your training partner say future champion, but have a guy like Anderson Silva say you're going to be a future champion at 2-0, 3-0. Did you feel pressure at some point? Like, how do you compartmentalize a guy of that stature saying that to you so early in your career?
I don't think it was pressure that I felt. It was just love. Like when I met Anderson, and when he took me in, and the relationship that we have, and the relationship that we just built and developed, it just feels good. Obviously he's done what he's done, and he's always going to be my all-time favorite fighter. I aspire to have a career like his, and he'll always be like a huge source of inspiration for me, especially in the MMA world. But when I hear something like that from him, it just feels like love, Like he's treated me like a brother, like a little brother, and that's cool. So, yeah, man, that's the best I could say. Yeah.
And then, like, just kind of looking at your story, because, like, we've been covering you for so long, and, like, you did your post-fight interview in the Apex. You say, like, you can use me. Like, I don't want to run from this or hide from this. And then your countdown came out, and I bet there's a ton of new fans that had never seen you fight or didn't know your story or about your father and everything. Did you kind of see, like, this bump up in, like, not interest, but, like, people reaching out to you that maybe had never seen you fight or didn't know your story? They were just kind of, they only watch pay-per-views, and that's it, but now they've discovered who you are.
I think, actually, after my last fight with Anthony Smith, there's been a big influx of new fans and people, and that's been really cool, and it's been really motivating. I think, it's almost every day that I go somewhere now in Vegas, grocery store, mall, wherever I go, at least one person, will come up to me and say, like, oh, I know who you are, or they'll share with me, maybe a difference that I've made for them or something. So since the Anthony Smith fight, I've seen a huge influx. With this fight camp and the amount of media and stuff that's happened, I've been off my phone, so I haven't really, and I've been up in the mountains for 10 days now, so I haven't seen anybody, but I'd imagine that now that more people have heard, that hopefully they start reaching out, and we make a difference.
And then looking at this actual fight, you touched upon it really briefly when we spoke to you at the red carpet for the Hall of Fame, but fans kind of view Alex as like the final boss for, because you beat Gokhan Saki, you beat Justin Jacoby, and he's like the end goal for these glory kickboxers coming in. Do you kind of like that narrative? Is it like, or is this a fun thing for fans to kind of cue in on, or do you just kind of put that off to the side?
I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, that's definitely a fun way to look at it, especially from a fan standpoint. If they see Alex as the final boss, and I get to go and take my shot at the final boss. I think it's really cool. I think it adds excitement. It adds interest and anticipation. So yeah, I'd like to entertain it.
And then just 2 more quick ones. His last 2 fights, people have obviously been heavily favoring Alex, but then like in the build up to this, like Chael Sonnen says you're going to whoop Alex. Kamaru Usman thinks you're going to shock the world. Israel is obviously siding with Alex, but it seems a lot more 50-50 in terms of your fellow fighters, not fans and pundits. So I guess, do you think they're just tired of seeing Alex at the top, or do you think this is generally like they see your skill set and they go, you're the guy that can beat Alex?
I think that it could be a mixture of both, but I think the guys who ride for me ride for me. The guys who don't, they don't believe in me. They don't like me for some reason. They don't want me to succeed. I mean, there's just like, there's always a little bit of hate from somewhere. I don't expect everybody to like me. I don't expect everybody to ride for me. But the people who do, man, I love them to death. I support, I appreciate the people who believe in me, who encourage me to go in there and to do my thing and to be my best. Everybody else, like, if you don't believe in me, whatever, like, I'm here to do my job, and I believe in myself as well, so.
Last one for me. What do you make of Alex bringing in Sean Strickland at the end of this camp to kind of, put the pressure on him in there? And he said he's like a good training camp to prep for you.
That's cool. Like, sweet. That's cool. Yeah. I mean, like, I saw it and I was like, cool. Like, honestly, the last interaction that I had with Sean Strickland was at the UFC PI. It was literally the day after Dan Ige stepped in that fight, like 3 hours, 4 hours notice or something like that. And I was going into the PI. I saw Dan Ige. I walked right up to him, gave him his props for just having balls of steel for, just going in there like on such short notice. And out of the blue, Sean Strickland come up to me. He approached me, and he just said, like, Khalil, I apologize. I'm a dumbass. I actually kind of like you. I think you're liberal, but overall, I like you or I respect you. Something along those lines. So what I took it as is like, almost like squashing whatever beef. You know what I mean? Or just like saying like, look, dude, I am who I am. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. But I'm coming here to personally shake your hand, tell you, I think you're a liberal, but, to a certain level, I respect you. You know what I mean? It was like that. So I took it as like, okay, you're coming here to kind of make the peace. And I left it at that. So now anything moving forward, like anything that's said or whatever, I got that stored in my memory bank. So I know that there's really no issue. It's really just talk, and I won't concern myself with it, Yeah.
Khalil, could you give us some insight into this super secret move that you've got cooking up?
It's a super secret.
I'm excited to see it, though. Do you think you can pull it off?
It's honestly like one of those things that it presents itself, I can't go searching for it. I can't go hunting for it. It's when the opportunity comes, if it's there, if it's forced, it won't necessarily work. Like the piece has got to be there. So it's possible. It's possible to happen against anyone. Yeah.
I remember when Demetrius Johnson did his flying armbar and people dubbed it the mousetrap. Do you have a name for this move, or are you going to have to debut that after you pull it off?
Yeah, I'd have to name it after I pull it off, for sure.
Speaking of techniques and unique techniques, Alex Pereira seems to have this sort of special way to check kicks, right? He sort of gets his whole leg out of the way. Is that something that you've noticed in his fights, or is that something that you sort of can't really see until you're in there and feel it for yourself?
Yeah, I didn't notice anything. I mean, I think I saw something like checking the kick with like the back foot and checking the kick like just by lifting the leg back. But I really don't pay too much attention to those type of things. When I think it's very different when you're in the cage and when it's live, and when it's like when there's a title on the line and when there's power coming at you. It's a different scenario, so I try not to get too caught up into things that maybe I see online or maybe I hear about, because fighting is very instinctive and intuitive, and from my perspective. So
This is a sport about momentum, right? Like guys get momentum and they start pulling off great things, great victories quickly in a row. But do you think for Alex, right, he's basically been untouchable. He's knocking out all these people in spectacular fashion. Do you think there could be a point where momentum parlays itself into overconfidence and perhaps he comes in, he's like, oh, I'm fighting a kickboxer. I'm amazing at kickboxing. I can just knock this guy out. And do you think there's a chance that maybe he could come into fights overconfident and that's something you could exploit?
I'd like to believe that he's not going to come in overconfident. That's what I'd like to believe. I'd like to believe that he's coming in his very best. I know that momentum can be a great thing. I know that momentum can allow us to have a certain type of confidence, which can be good. But I think the both of us on each side know what we're up against.
Khalil, right over here in the back, sorry.
Hey.
I saw in a video how you mentioned that at one point you were 300 pounds depressed and smoking cigarettes. You know, fast forward to now, man, you have the opportunity to challenge for a UFC championship against a guy who some consider one of the best to ever do it. When you take a look back and think about, you know, how far you've come since that time, how proud does it make you of yourself?
Yeah, it's definitely, I've come a long way. I think that it's now becoming more like known to the public on what my origins were when I started. But that person that I was is so far behind now. You know, I can look back and I can see who I was and what I was going through. I really focus on the road that's been in between that person and where I am now. I'm very happy that I overcome all of the challenges, even past that, the other ones that are in between. I'm proud of myself for sticking it through. I'm grateful for my team, my coaches, my family, everybody who I keep near me. Like, that's right now, like, one of the most important things is who I've surrounded myself with and the people who have held me accountable. But it's major, and in a way, like, this is only the beginning. Like, I understand that I'm getting ready to fight for a title. This is the height of my career, but I think as far as personal growth and who I'm becoming and will become as a man, this is only the beginning.
Fair enough. And last but not least, man, I have to mention the prank that we saw on Embedded with the Bigfoot outfit.
Did you guys like that one?
Absolutely. Do you think that this might be one of the highlights of, you know, your UFC career and fight weeks? Like, that had to be something that you probably remember, you know, forever.
Yeah, I think we'll remember it for a very long time. It was just a good moment to have. Like I said, we've been up here in the mountains for a while. Every day has been hard work. You know, there wasn't actually like a lot of fun and games going on, but we figured we'd end the week with something like that. I'm glad everybody had fun. I'm glad it actually worked, and Daryl was convinced. You know, like that was the highlight, and just going and seeing on Embedded, like just seeing his eyes, and oh my, yeah, that was good. So one of the highlights, I'll always remember it. And I think it might be the beginning of maybe a series of fight camp pranks.
Thank you, man. I just thought that, like, the area you did it in couldn't have been any more perfect. The little trail, then down below you got the Bigfoot running. That was perfect, man.
Yeah, and it was actually a workout as well, because we had to go down this hill about a quarter mile, but we're all the way up in Park City. So, you know, running back uphill incline, quarter-mile sprint. It ain't easy. Shout out to the Embedded camera guy for keeping up with us. Yeah.
Kayla, I wanted to circle back around a couple times. You mentioned kind of embedding yourselves up in the mountains and training in Park City and whatnot. Did you spend a little extra time trying to get altitude adjusted and that kind of thing? Is that sort of what you're referring to, or?
Yeah. I came up early. I wanted to make sure that I was as prepared as I can be. So we came up very early, and actually my first time really coming down from the mountain is to come here to do check-in, to do media. But we've been up there. We've been training up there. We've been running every day. We've been, grappling, doing everything up there, and it's beautiful. This is, I think, Salt Lake City and Park City, and it's in my top 10 favorite places in the world, and I've been a lot of places. But this place is beautiful.
So it's safe to assume they're treating you pretty well in Park City and in Salt Lake, the little bit you've been out then?
Man, the place is amazing. We got, we had a fun time at the Utah Hockey Club game, super welcoming, great crowd, great team. They came out strong even in just like an exhibition game. Fans have been really supportive, amazing coffee shops, great food. I love to ski, so like going and seeing Park City and like it's not snowing yet, but obviously like just seeing the potential, just like ski slopes and what's out there. I'm a fan. I'll be back multiple times.
Khalil over here on your left. Now that we're actually here, we're just a few days away from this fight. We can only imagine the emotions that come with finally getting a shot after years of training and dedication. Are you avoiding these emotions and trying to stay focused, or are you taking it all in?
I'm taking everything in, whether it's emotions or happiness. Like I'm just taking it all in. Emotions or lack of emotion, I think I'm embracing the moment. I'm just trying to stay positive and stay grateful and happy. I mean, it's not every day that I get to headline a pay-per-view and fighting for a title. So I make sure that every day when I wake up, in the middle of the day, and when I go to bed, I'm just grateful for the moments. Grateful for where I'm at. It's an appreciation thing. And I think that's what's helping me to kind of like combat the emotions or put too much pressure on myself. I'm just happy. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to know that I'm prepared. I thank my coaches and my team for like just the dedication, so there's just a lot of positivity around all of this. And I think that's what's helping me to kind of combat any, nerves and all that stuff. They'll come when they come. I know they'll be there. But like now in the moment and up until now, everything, it's just been trying to just stay positive and keep my heart like full.
Nice. And real quick, I don't know if you saw the other day, Alex Pereira dared you to publicly promise a portion of your fight purse to charity if you shoot for a takedown. Is that something you're entertaining a lot? I know you don't even shoot for takedowns.
I mean, I would rather just publicly promise to donate a portion of my winnings to charity regardless of a takedown or not. I'd rather do that than, you know what I mean? I'm not a betting guy. I don't bet. I don't really support it, but if it's like a challenge in a way to to show or to show that I will donate to a positive cause or to a charity, I don't need to say that I won't shoot for a takedown. I'll just do that flat off. If that's what he's asking me to do, hey, I want you to donate to charity. Okay, that's what I'll do. Am I going to shoot for a takedown? I don't plan to. I've said this multiple times. It's not in my plans. But if it happens, it happens. It is MMA. The guy hits me with something and I'm like, I have to save myself. Okay, cool. But my game plan is not to go in there and become a D1 wrestler or, everybody who watched me knows. That's kind of where I want to actually kind of say that to, I guess, set the record straight, because there's been a lot of talk around this takedown and this and that. The main thing that I was trying to say, my whole career, everyone has known me for pretty much my striking and my striking style. What I was trying to say is, don't expect anything different just because it's a title fight and just because I'm going against Alex, who's also a striker. Don't expect anything different. Expect me. Expect who you've always seen. Now, if something happens, I get damaged, and there's no choice but to, shoot a takedown. Okay, maybe that happens, but that's my game plan, and who I am hasn't changed. I'm not a wrestler, so don't expect me to go in there diving for legs for 5 rounds. That's kind of the main thing. But then it turned into like this challenge and this and that. No. So I will, no matter what, takedown or not, I'll donate a portion of my winnings to a charity in Las Vegas because that's my home, and that's where I plan to bring the belt back home to. And there are a lot of places there or a lot of like foundations and stuff there that could use help. So challenge accepted.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Hi. It's a high ponytail kind of day, isn't it?
It sure is.
So can you talk to me about this fight week? Does it feel different than your first one? Like, does it feel more normal?
Yeah, I think honestly, for my MMA career, I spent so much time doing judo and so many times in the finals of big events and traveling the world, and it just became like, oh, this is my job. This is very normal. This is where I feel most at home. And it took me a little bit to feel like that in MMA, but I can say without a doubt now that I really feel like this is where I'm supposed to be. I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing with all the right people. And yeah, this is the path, and I'm chasing a dream.
Does it feel weird to you that the talk of this fight week is not your fight that you're about to embark in, and not even the co-main event? It's what happens after. That's more the dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of probably what fans want, and an inevitable, I want to fight for the title. I want to be UFC champion, and Juliana has been gifted a title shot, so I'm going to smash Katlyn's skull. And then I'll probably, I would happily walk out after I beat Katlyn and fight both of those girls. I think I can beat all 3 girls in the same night. I believe I'm the best in the world. And when you're the best in the world, you can't be stopped.
Was there any disappointment when you got this fight?
No, I mean, I get it. I'm the new kid on the block. I still have some maybe proving of myself to do, but all good, all good.
And I feel like I know the answer to this, but do you feel like you need to have like a highlight reel finish win to get that title shot?
I mean, the goal is always to go out there and dominate and still my will. 3 hard rounds, 1 rounds at a time, 1 minute at a time, 1 exchange at a time, 1 breath at a time. But of course, I'm looking for the TKO, KO, or submission.
And I know everybody's asking about what you think of the, the co-main event, not that sort of thing. But what do you think of the woman that's standing in front of you?
I think that Katlyn is a good fighter. I think she's well-rounded. She's got a judo black belt. People have been talking to me about a jiu-jitsu black belt. But I believe in my heart that I'm better everywhere. On the feet, on the ground, grappling. It's going to be a long night for Katlyn.
I know you've asked about being the backup fighter. Has there been any official word on that?
I haven't heard officially from the UFC, but from what I understand, I'll be stepping in if someone fucks up.
Have you kind of prepared for that? Have you thought of game plans for, the different...
I mean, my game plan doesn't really change, I focus on me, I do my thing, and good luck trying to stop it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Over here. With one fight under your belt, I'm curious, what's it been like now? Because in the PFL, you don't really have to lobby or call for fights. It's a tournament, and now in the UFC, you have to do more than just win. You have to kind of promote, sell, and make the UFC want to give you these opportunities. So what's been the biggest difference now coming over to the UFC? Is it just that, or is there other stuff involved?
I mean, it's just been a dream. The UFC is the best in the biz for a reason. They are from the top down. Every employee is so professional, so welcoming. I feel very at home here. And I guess there is a little bit more of the entertainment aspect to it, which is kind of giving me an opportunity to grow as well as an athlete and as a brand. But my focus and my goal has always been to be so good that they can't ignore me. So I just keep showing up, beating the shit out of girls, and that title will be mine soon enough.
You kind of touched upon it before your debut against Holly, but there obviously is that group of fight fans that only watch the UFC, and then you wanted to go out there and make them fans of you. So have you noticed that you've been recognized a lot more?
Yeah, it's crazy. Just little things, I was at the beach with my kids and some high school kid, we're talking a young kid. He's like, "Oh, are you Kayla Harrison?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Oh my God, I just played you in UFC 5. You're so good." And I was like, "Oh my goodness." Yeah, it's been really fun for me, and I'm just enjoying every minute of it. I'm living my best life.
And what do you make of Raquel saying that she even sort of prepared for you just in case, just given Juliana's history?
I know. I was surprised to hear that, but I think there's something, I've got a vibe about it too, so that was smart of her. But, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You could have the rest of your life to prepare for me, and you're not going to be ready.
Just two more quick ones. I know you talked about Ketlen a little bit earlier, but everyone that has beaten her in the UFC has gone on to fight for a title, essentially. So when you joined the UFC, did you think about her at all? Were you like, I know eventually I'm going to have to, either when I win or before I win, kind of match up with her?
To be honest with you, no. I mean, I really just, God bless all of these women, but they're all just fill in the blank for me. It doesn't matter. Any day, anytime, anywhere, anyone. I don't really care.
And then Juliana was in here, and she said that Raquel isn't a good representation of the women's bantamweight division because she doesn't promote. She's not doing the things that will bring eyeballs to the division. So do you agree with Juliana, or is she just kind of selling the fight, or where do you think her mind's there?
Everyone has their own personality. Everyone has their own way of doing things. Juliana, I don't think anyone likes to hear her talk, so maybe she should take a page out of Rocky's book and shut the fuck up. But yeah, I mean, I have nothing but respect for Rocky. She's just a fighter. She didn't come over here to be famous or to talk shit, and she won a title, so she did it her way. Good for her.
And can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Khalil?
Shama. Yeah, I gotta go for my boy. Yeah, I think he's gonna do what Powhatan does.
Kayla, right over here. Speaking of Alex and that main event, you obviously have done a lot of work with him. Do you think that some of the judo that you've been able to drill with him could be a deciding factor in this fight?
I mean, for sure. He's definitely come a long way, and he's extremely well-rounded. I think people really underestimate his grappling ability, and we may even have a little side bet going on about who gets striking, or maybe my striking, or maybe his grappling. We have a little side bet. So I'm excited to see it. I know he's going to shine, just like me.
And for you, this is only your second fight with the UFC, but you seem to be loving the game more than ever. How has the fire within grown for you since joining the UFC?
I think that it's just been able to sort of blossom. Yeah, this is. I feel like I reached my ceiling at the other promotion, and I feel like I wasn't really challenged. And money's great, and all of that stuff is awesome. But I love a challenge. I thrive under pressure. I enjoy the bright lights, and I enjoy the pursuit of excellence. For me, that journey, the journey to being the best I can possibly be, is what keeps me going and wakes me up every day. And my life is just so good. I get to wake up every day. My kids are homeschooled. We spend the day together. I go train. I beat Mike Brown up. I come home. I feed my emus. I go back to training. I beat Mike Brown up again, and hang out with my my life is beautiful. So that really nourishes me, nourishes my soul. It was a big risk. I took a big leap of faith. I felt called really by God to be here, and I still feel that. I feel like I'm on the right path.
And piggybacking off of what you just mentioned, I saw a post on Instagram where you said, "This is what I was born to do, and now it's about more than me." You were talking about your kids.
Yeah.
You're doing amazing things, providing a great example to the kids. What do you want them to take away from what you're doing in this fighting career that you're having right now?
Yeah. I mean, it's just so important for me that my kids know it's okay to dream big, and it's okay to take risks, and it's okay to believe in yourself, and it's okay to be a strong, confident, badass boy or girl, and it's okay to stand strong on what you believe and who you are. And I want my kids to live their life on fire. Every day is a gift. Every single day. At our church, someone who was 35, 1 year older than me, just recently passed away, and mother of two, beautiful soul. And I think about that a lot. We're not here for forever, so make the most of it. Love the ones you love, care deeply, act accordingly, and just, squeeze the juice out of life. That's what I want them to do.
Thank you.
I've just got one more. I just was curious what your thoughts are in prediction for the Cyborg Larissa Pacheco fight coming up.
I think Larissa will win. Awesome. Thanks, guys.
deu pico agora. Eu falei, cara, depois me arrependi. Eu falei, caralho, falei.
Eu limpei.
Ah, tranquilo.
Well, Jose, obviously returning to Salt Lake, I'm assuming you want, or I know you want a different outcome from last time. So I guess how's fight camp been this week, preparing for Mario and then coming back here to Salt Lake City?
Voltando para Salt Lake City, obviamente querendo um resultado diferente da última vez. Como é que foi o camp dessa vez e como é que você está preparado para a luta contra o Mario?
Então, acho que o treinamento foi ótimo, né? Acho que eu pude mostrar na última performance no UFC Rio, então me preparei ainda melhor, né? Então eu tenho um sonho de ser campeão, então por isso eu dou muito dentro do treino. Acho que eu faço de tudo que é preciso, então treino bastante, pode ter certeza que eu estou muito bem preparado.
I think training in camp was great. I think I was able to showcase a lot of those things at UFC Rio, and I think you can be sure that I do everything that's needed, and I'm very ready to go.
Was it important for you to fight again here in Salt Lake City? Because I even remember during your fight against Merab, like you were kind of yawning and because he was holding you against the fence. Did you want to come back here and put on a performance for these fans that wanted to see you the last time?
É importante para você voltar para Salt Lake City, porque eu me lembro da última vez da luta contra o Merab, você estava ali meio que sonolento, estava brincando até que estava bocejando com a luta do Merab, ou seja, é importante para os fãs e para todo mundo você estar aqui em Salt Lake City e fazer algo diferente?
Sim, muito importante, né? Eu acho que a minha performance não foi boa naquela noite, eu acho que não por culpa minha, nem do Merab, o Merab tem um estilo, mas o juiz deixou muito tempo ali na grade, então a luta ficou monótona pra caraca e não teve luta praticamente, então eu fiquei assim bastante triste. Eu acho que todo mundo vem para ver sempre o melhor do Aldo, então acho que naquela noite eu não pude mostrar assim a minha capacidade toda que eu tenho para chegar a fazer grandes lutas.
Yeah, I think that I don't think I had my best performance, and I don't think it was my fault. I don't think it was Merab's. I think that the ref kind of let it go against the fence for such a long time. I think it became like a boring as hell fight. But I think what the fans want is see the best version of Aldo, and I think there's everything's on the table right now for us to put on a great fight.
Mario was in here earlier, and he said he was surprised that you would take these fights first against Jonathan Martinez and now him. He thought you would, take guys with a more following, like a Henry Cejudo type guy. So I'm curious, like, when they came to you with Mario, like, why did you like the Mario matchup, and was there anything specific about it?
O Mario estava aqui antes, ficou surpreso até que você aceitou uma luta contra o Jonathan Martinez e também agora contra ele. Pensou que você ia pegar o nome contra Henry Cejudo, ou seja, curioso para saber como é que é o processo de você aceitar uma luta contra ele.
Então, acho que primeiramente eu até pensei que poderia dar um título direto, isso não aconteceu. Mas como eu falei, né, cara, eu aceito qualquer desafio. Eu acho que isso é a minha vida, é lutar e vencer, independentemente de quem seja, né? Se for o Mario ou o Jonathan, como foi no passado, então eu sempre estou aberto. Então, já que o Ultimate colocou ele, eu acho que eu tenho que chegar, aceitar lutar. Se é o que eu tenho que fazer para ser campeão, então eu enfrento qualquer um. Acho que, como eu falei, eu respeito não só ele, mas qualquer outro adversário. Se for uma luta pelo título ou se for uma luta para me credenciar, eu sempre vou me preparar da melhor maneira possível. Eu faço o mesmo treinamento, o mesmo estudo, então pode ter certeza que quem quer que seja, eu sempre vou estar muito bem preparado para enfrentá-lo.
I think, I thought that might be a possibility of me getting a title shot last time, but it didn't happen. And then, you got Jonathan last time, and now getting Mario. So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter what the opponent is, because in this organization, like, I'm going to fight whoever I need to fight and do whatever I need to do to go for a title. And I approach them with the same thing, with the same level of respect. It doesn't matter who I need to fight. I'm going to do the same training. I'm going to do prepare right as much as I can, and I'm always going to be ready and prepared for whoever I need to fight.
He said that when he was preparing for Ricky Simone, he would watch your tapes a lot because you have obviously exceptional takedown defense, and he obviously took some stuff away. Have you studied him, and do you see any strengths or weaknesses that you can exploit in there?
Ele falou que quando ele estava se preparando na luta contra o Ricky Simone, ele viu imagens de lutas tuas, porque a tua maneira de defender queda é muito boa. Então ele se inspirou e estudou isso. Teve alguma coisa, o que você estudou ele, o que você viu vendo a fita dele?
Tudo, né? Eu acho que o estudo é tudo. Eu posso até um dia quando eu parar eu vou mostrar, né? Então eu tenho o Aaron, né? Ele faz uma análise completa de todo mundo que eu estou lutando, isso já há 13 anos. Ele faz um estudo, cara, muito detalhista. Ele coloca em câmera lenta todos os golpes do adversário, né? Tanto se for uma luta em pé, no grapple ou no chão, onde a luta aconteça, ele separa isso tudo em câmera lenta. Então eu assisto o vídeo, praticamente todos aqueles que eu vou lutar, sei lá, um vídeo do melhor jab dele, praticamente meia hora, só jab em vários adversários que ele lutou, só direto em vários adversários que ele lutou, chute, defesa, como ele entra. Então, a gente tem esse detalhe, né? Então, tem o Aaron, né? O Aaron, que é um americano, ele já faz esse trabalho comigo já há 13 anos, cara. Então, é por isso que qualquer adversário que eu luto, a gente já tem um estudo, a gente já sabe exatamente como é que ele se faz, como ele recebe o golpe, quando ele é atacado, quando ele está atacando. Então, assim, para mim, qualquer adversário que eu lute, não é, tem coisa nova, alguma coisa que possa me surpreender por causa disso.
Everything. I've seen everything. I have Aaron, who's been helping me for 13 years just doing this. He's a guy that puts everything on tape, and he breaks down every single move for my opponent. So every time what I have, you talk about slow-mo of every single strike, or even offensive effort or defensive effort for opponents. So you see everything that he brings on your standing and striking. You see everything that he can do on grappling and wrestling, and everything on the ground. Like, we see everything. For example, I get half an hour in slow motion of his best jab, and all of a sudden I get everything on the best cross and everything that he can do. So we break down the best of what our opponents do from different fights. So it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, Aaron's been helping me for 13 years now. No matter who the opponent is, I'm always going to be prepared, and nothing's going to come as a surprise because I've seen it all.
And I don't know if you know this, but 2 days ago was your 14-year anniversary of your last WEC fight against Manny Gambierne. I only bring that up because in July we spoke with Cub Swanson, and he said that new fans, he thinks don't appreciate the WEC, and his message was to go do your research because guys like you and Dom and Cub laid the groundwork for these smaller fighters. Do you think fans appreciate the WEC, considering that some of them probably just started watching the last few years?
When did you say it was the anniversary? A couple of...
Manny Gambierne.
When was it? What day? Was it just now? Dia 30 de setembro foi 14 anos da tua última luta contra o Manny no WEC. O Cub Swanson tem falado muito sobre isso, o fato de que essa geração nova talvez não aprecia. Para fazer a pesquisa, para conhecer a história, vai fazer a lição de casa, vai conhecer, porque o cara como você, o Dom, o próprio Cub, vocês colocaram a fundação para os lutadores mais leves. Então, como é que você vê isso, a apreciação que o pessoal tem para o WC, e como é que eles poderiam beneficiar se entendesse?
Sim, eu acho que eu sou um dos remanescentes, né, do WC, então para mim aquilo marcou a geração. Se hoje a gente tem peso leve no UFC, graças a essa galera, né, do WC, que a gente fazia luta tão empolgante que na época o WC era muito mais falado que o Ultimate, né? Então o Ultimate foi e agregou junto dele, né? Sendo que era o mesmo dono que era a Zufa. Sim, eu acho que hoje em dia eles não vê, né? Nem imagina porque eles estão lutando ali, por causa dessa galera, assim como eu, Kobe, Manny, o Ryan Fabe também, o Chad. Então veio uma galera, Dominic Cruz, Dimitri Johnson. Então foi esses caras que colocaram esses pesos leves em vitrine nacional ou internacional.
Yeah, I think you go back into the fights that we had in the past. I mean, I'm just one of the last remnants of WC and everything. And we put on such exciting fights. And if there are lighter weights today at the UFC, this is the reason why. I mean, we put on some fights, and obviously until everything unified under Zuffa, but having guys like us, I mean, myself, Manny and Dom and Uriah as well, and Dom and Demetrius Johnson. I mean, we're the people that made this happen, and putting on exciting fights was one of the reasons.
I don't know if you know this, but for a while there was this, before your last fight, there was this kind of calling online. They wanted to bring the blue canvas back to have you and Dom fight in like a main event of a fight. Now I'm curious if you saw those fans calling for that, and would that be an interest to you in the future?
Against Dom?
No, Dom.
Against Dom, right? Yeah. Eu não sei se você sabe que o pessoal falou, correu a boca pequena, não aquele boato de que talvez vão botar tudo em azul para você lutar contra o Dom, ou seja, uma luta das antigas. Você viu falar desse boato de que queriam fazer em azul e como seria isso para você?
Sim, né? Então a luta ficou próxima de acontecer no UFC Rio, né? Mas eu não sabia, mas logo depois eu acho que não sei se ele saiu, brigou com o treinador, então por isso não aconteceu a luta e assim eu lutei contra o Jonathan. Mas eu acho que agora eu estou em outro caminho, né? Então acho que eu estou buscando uma luta pelo título, então é isso que eu estou focado hoje.
Não, e o azul, e botar o...
Porra, se bota o azul, eu acho que não passa do primeiro round, né, cara? Então, porra, não a próxima luta, mas quando coloca aquele dali, eu acho que relembra o meu melhor momento, onde que eu entrei, acho que as 6 primeiras lutas foi tudo nocaute, né? Foi tudo no primeiro round. Então era uma empolgação diferente, pode ter certeza.
On the Dom fight first, it was, yeah, I know that there was, there's some talk about it. We were studying the fight. They maybe wanted to fight against me, but as it turns out, it didn't happen, as you know. And right now, we're focused on different moments in our lives, so it's not going to happen. So I just kind of went back to the blue. So what about the blue? Well, damn, that's not going to go past the first round, man. I see that blue canvas right there, and we're just going to go at it, and it just brings a different level of excitement just to have the blue canvas.
And the last one for me, I think I know the answer there. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Khalil?
E a última pergunta, eu acho que eu sei a resposta que você dá, mas poderia dar aquele palpite sobre a luta principal?
Pois é muito difícil, né? Então eu sempre vou, quando tiver brasileiro, eu sou muito patriota por esse lado. Acho que respeito o adversário sempre, mas eu vejo uma vitória do Alex por nocaute.
Well, hard to have a different answer. I think when it comes to having a Brazilian, I'm very patriotic about this one. Respect the opponent as always, but I think it's going to be Alex and with a knockout.
Thank you, buddy.
Jose, right over here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking back to your walk from 2 years ago here in Salt Lake City, and you had by far the largest pop at the ceremonials, at the press conference, during your walkout. What does it mean to you that you've been able to build a career in which you are universally loved wherever you go?
Eu tô lembrando agora, 2 anos atrás, e você foi o cara que levantou mais a galera, não só a coletiva, foi a pesagem, foi a luta. O que significa para você ter construído uma carreira em que você é amado universalmente, não interessa onde seja?
Acho que primeiro eu me sinto muito feliz, né? Lisonjeado por isso tudo, Fabiano. Acho que eu dei muito de mim para conquistar isso tudo, né? Então estou até hoje ainda aqui me provando, mostrando. Acho que isso eles conseguem visualizar, não só na luta, né? Mas na entrevista, no dia a dia que contém comigo, que mostra um pouco de mim. Então eu fico muito feliz. Eu sei que mais uma vez acho que o Salt Lake vai estar junto comigo.
I think I feel very happy and very flattered. They know I've given my all to this, and not only to the fights, but everything. When I step into the octagon, I'm doing all my media stuff and everything else. I think that I feel very happy, and they know that I've been a part of this for quite some time, and for sure, I think Salt Lake City is going to be with me again.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Jose, back here.
Yeah.
It seems as though the UFC might be putting you in front of Mario Bautista, just kind of like they did Jonathan Martinez, kind of a step up for those guys to take you. Do you see this as another opportunity to show another hungry up-and-comer that there's levels to the game?
De novo, Martins, estão colocando o Mario Bautista para você, basicamente aquela coisa assim, é outro cara que está vindo aí, aquela geração nova, com sangue no olho e tal. Isso é outra oportunidade para você mostrar que existem níveis e a parada é outra agora quando chega em você.
Sim, eu acho que primeiramente eu vejo como mais um teste, né? Então estou me testando para saber se a última luta eu queria ou não, tudo aquela performance que eu fiz lá dentro. Mas sim, né? Eu acho que isso, querendo ou não, eu tenho um nível diferente, né? Então isso praticamente eu vejo dessa maneira assim. Que é justamente para passar de nível, né? Mas para mim não, é mais um teste para me chegar mais próximo daquilo que é o meu objetivo.
Yeah, I think it's just they're asking for some proof, right? They're asking me to prove myself. I know that for them, they're just putting them to see what's going on. But I think it's for me, it's another just to prove, like for example, like the last fight, just if I really wanted to come back, how much did I want that fight, right? So right now, I know for them it's a level, but for me, it's another step towards an ultimate goal.
Absolutely. You made your MMA return back in May after nearly 2 years away from the game. Do you feel like there's been a new fire that's been ignited for you?
E agora, absolutamente pela tua resposta anterior, mas você, foram quase 2 anos que você não estava, de repente você volta e você acha que de repente foi uma nova chama que se acendeu, você voltou com outro tipo de fogo?
Sim, sim. Acho que foi por isso que eu voltei. Eu falei isso tudo, né? Eu acho que a chama estava apagada, onde que eu saí a última vez aqui, saí muito triste, sabendo que não voltaria, né, dentro do octógono de novo. Então, depois de 2 anos, eu pude voltar e ter essa chama de novo, sabe? Cara, eu treinei muito. Assim, é muito difícil eu chegar a falar, vocês acreditarem, porque vocês não estão no dia a dia. Mas quem está comigo lá, no treinamento, ver. E todos aqueles novos que estão na academia hoje fica de queixo caído, falando, caraca, meu irmão, o cara é um fenômeno, o cara tá, meu irmão, já ganhou tudo, conquistou tudo, e ainda está aqui, meu irmão, na melhor performance dele. Então, sim, é uma chama que está muito acesa, né? Então, pode ter certeza que estou muito bem, a chama está muito acesa, então eu quero sim fazer uma ótima luta.
I think that's exactly the reason why I came back, because of that fire. So last time, I mean, obviously went back home, and, kind of sad because I knew that there was a possibility I would never walk into the Aldo again. But it's just another fire that was ignited, and just I trained so much. You don't understand. Like every single up and comer, all the new kids there, they look at me like this dude has accomplished everything, and he's gotten everything, and he's still out there giving his all, just training like crazy. So it is another fire that was ignited. It's a flame that's burning, brighter than before, and that's the way it takes to be a champion.
And last from me, Mario himself, he's on a big win streak, At this stage of your career, what does a win over a guy, young, hungry guy like Mario Bautista, what does this win mean to you?
E a última pergunta dele, o Mário já vem de umas vitórias consecutivas, e o que significa para você? Ele fala do Mário, mas o que significa para você enfrentar um cara novo, que está veio cheio de vitória, o que significa para o Aldo?
Então, Aldo, acho que, como eu te falei, sempre se preparar da melhor maneira possível. Então, é mais uma luta que eu tenho que vencer, e assim eu sei que eu vou estar perto da disputa de título. Então, independente se fosse o Mário, ou se fosse o campeão, ou se fosse o primeiro do ranking, nada importa para mim. O importante é eu chegar lá dentro, fazer a minha melhor performance, vencer e conquistar o título.
I think it's preparing. It's also about always getting prepared for the best fight possible and to put on a great performance. That it doesn't matter who we would be. It doesn't matter if it's Mario coming up, if he was a champion, somebody on top of the rankings. It doesn't matter. It's another step towards the one thing that I want is a title shot.
Jose, right over here. After your loss to Merab, last time you were here, you took almost 2 years off, and some fans were worried that you would have some ring rust, that it wouldn't work out for you, but then you came back, and you look like a hungry 20-year-old in that cage. How did you do that? Where did that fire come from, and are you planning to bring that explosive energy to the fight this Saturday?
Então, depois da tua última luta aqui que a gente viu, as pessoas, muitos que gostam de você, os fãs se preocuparam assim, o que ele tem para oferecer quase 2 anos depois. E você voltou com tudo, parecia que tinha 20 anos de idade de novo, cheio de energia. De onde que vem essa chama? E esse fogo que a gente vai ver no sábado?
Exatamente, É esse fogo, exatamente, que eu quero mostrar mais uma vez para vocês. Como eu falei que era um teste, Não sei se o teammate está me testando, ver o quanto eu quero, essa disputa de título. Então, sim, a melhor versão do Aldo, eu acho que com um pouco mais de experiência. Tecnicamente, então, estou absurdo, então, estou com uma explosão muito grande. Então, essa, sim, é a melhor chama que tem do Aldo, é o sonho de ser campeão, é o sonho de conquistar recordes e recordes. Isso me motiva a estar treinando, acordar cedo e ir na academia, treinando, dando o meu melhor. Para provar isso tudo. Acho que para mim amanhã, quando eu acabar, virar de costas, andar para frente, eu sei que eu construí grande legado.
Yeah, that's exactly that fire. It's the training. It's me getting ready for the fights as much as possible. Technically right now, I'm better than ever before, and I got that explosion, and that's why it came back. I wanted to actually get that done. I think that what I wanted to do is being a champion is just not just being a champion, is being a champion again in a different division. It's a legacy. Is be able to look back. That's why I train so hard. That's why I keep at it. That's the fire that I want to show people. It's the UFC testing me. That's what they're trying me. They're trying to see this, prove yourself again and see if you really want it. How much do you want it? And I want to be able to look back and turn back and say, look, this is the legacy that I left.
Thank you.
No problem.
Jose, this is the 3rd straight year that UFC's come to Salt Lake City. Do you believe that this is a global city that's worthy of getting a stop from this place on an annual basis?
Zé, 3ª vez que o UFC volta com o pay-per-view para Salt Lake City. Você acha que isso é uma cidade global, está preparada para sempre entrar no ciclo? Assim, volta sempre para Salt Lake City, está pronta para receber o UFC frequentemente?
Sim, A última vez que eu vi aqui, então, a arena estava cheia. Assim, um carinho que os fãs daqui têm, com a gente, atletas, lutadores, assim, tá aberto, sim, Então, aqui também tem um grande time de basquete, o Utah Jazz, então isso mostra que a cidade está no radar de grandes eventos esportivos.
Yeah, I think that from the arena, it was packed to the nines. Everybody was really excited. The love from the fans and the fact the reception that we got over here. It's a city that's got. I mean, you think about the Jazz and everything that they've had. So it's a city that's ready to get more and more events.
And then there's kind of a moniker, a new nickname, Headshot City, that's been named the town. What are your thoughts on that? And do you think we'll see some more action from your fight and then from across the card on Saturday?
E agora, aparentemente, tem um novo, não sei se tem uma coisa na água aqui, mas você sabe que todo ano tem uma porrada na cabeça, tem um chute na cabeça, né? Então vira a cidade da patada na cabeça, basicamente. Os últimos dois grandes eventos aqui foi vencido, inclusive, pelo Azarão. Ou seja, o que acontece por aqui, será que a gente vai ver uma coisa dessa no sábado? O que está acontecendo?
Acho que na minha luta, primeiramente, então, eu tenho que ganhar. Assim, aí falando sobre isso, né, eu lembro, o Leonard, né, acertou um bom high kick na cabeça do Usman. Cara, eu acho que é isso que o Sean espera, grandes lutas. Acho que, independentemente se for o azarão ou o favorito ganhar, não importa. Importa que eu acho que estava sendo uma grande disputa naquela noite e o Leonard saiu vitorioso. Já falando desse sábado agora, cara, assim, dois franco-atiradores. É praticamente os dois costa a costa, 10 passos para frente, e quem virar acertar o primeiro tiro, cai. Praticamente é isso. Eu sou patriota, torço por Poitin, isso é fato. Mas sei da qualidade, né, do Rountree, sei não o nome dele direito, mas sei da qualidade dele, ele tem uma esquerda fenomenal também. Então, filho, é isso. É aquele faroeste, onde os dois vai começar, quem sacar a arma primeiro e acertar o tiro, meu irmão, sai vitorioso na noite.
As far as my fight's concerned, I just want to win, man. I want to win, but like it doesn't matter who was a favorite or the underdog in the last fight. That's what the fans want, right? It was a great fight. The fight we're talking about back to Leon and Kamaru, and at the end of the day, Liam was able to pull it off. So it was an amazing fight. Well, when you look at this, is going back to that one. Well, looking at this fight, for example, on Saturday, we're talking about two snipers, basically. Basically, it looks like a duel with a shootout. Basically, back each they turn their backs to each other, walk 10 steps, turn around and shoot. That's what we're going to see. I mean, obviously, Pereira is my favorite. I mean, Rountree's great, but I'm very patriotic when it comes to having a Brazilian. I think that Brazilian's going to win.
Jose, one quick one.
Okay.
A lot of people are talking about how you're giving Mario this opportunity, and he's the one on the rise, and if he gets through you, he can establish himself in this division. Can you remember the fight that you felt you were given the opportunity against a veteran name, and when you got through him, that established you as a star?
Muitos falam que você está dando oportunidade para o Mário subir no ranking, ou seja, ele é o cara que está chegando, nova geração, você está dando a plataforma para ele para conseguir coisas melhores e maiores na vida. Você pode lembrar para a gente um momento em que o José Aldo, o Mário, você é o cara que deram uma oportunidade para você, um outro lutador, uma organização, deu oportunidade para você para enfrentar alguém que era experiente, para você? Como você está?
Sim, né? Minha primeira luta aqui no WC, falar isso bem lá do passado, contrataram um brasileiro, Alexandre Pequeno, que era o rei do Shoto do Japão, para ele ser o nome do evento, né? E só colocaram contra mim. Então, cara, essa luta, então eu era totalmente o azarão, onde que o Pequeno, com todo o nome, não sei muito para vocês, mas no Brasil, nome muito grande, onde ele já tinha lutado com pessoa lá da academia e tinha vencido, né? Então, eu recebi aquela oportunidade e fui lá e venci. Então, outras oportunidades também, que eu estava na época do WC, ou dentro do time eu já cheguei campeão. Então, não foi dessa maneira, mas eu lembro bemzinho dessa luta que eu cheguei, fiz o meu papel e venci.
Yeah, my first fight in WC. I'm going to go way back in the time machine here. Let's just think about the first time that I had the opportunity. We're talking about there was champion Shoto Japan, somebody at Pequeno that was the guy, and people may not know now how good he was. And actually, he had beaten some people from the gym, from our gym back then. So there was, and it comes a guy like me, didn't have a name, and I had that opportunity. And you look back, and even like my title shots, the opportunity I had to be a champion. But when I look back, that's the time. I can clearly remember that time.
You're talking about Nogueira, your first WC fight?
Nogueira,
Nogueira.
The first WC,
yes. The first WC,
yeah. Against Pequeno.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys.
Sorry, I went with the nickname.
Chama.
Well, Alex, obviously we've seen you a lot this year, so I'm curious, how's fight camp been for this preparation for this? Fighting another high-level striker like Khalil, and I guess more importantly, physically, how are you feeling after so many back-to-back fight camps for these 5-round fights?
Bom, a gente tem visto muitas vezes esse ano, né? Como é que tá esse fight camp para lutar com um trocador igual o Khalil? Pelo fato de estar lutando várias vezes do ano, como é que tá o corpo?
Bom, o corpo está bem, né? Sempre tem algumas coisas, acontecem alguns imprevistos, né? Bom, acho que quando a gente está no alto nível é assim, né? As coisas são difíceis, mas eu estou num bom momento, né? Como você falou, lutando aí várias vezes, né? E com ótimos resultados da forma que acontece, isso só me motiva.
Well, body's good. Things happen sometimes here and there, but that's the price to be fighting often. But I think everything's good. We're getting great results from it.
I know even some of after your last fights, you said I might take some time off. So I'm curious, at the beginning of this year, did you think you would be this active, or did you think you would have these longer gaps between fights?
Bom, sempre tá falando aí que ano passado ainda falou que queria dar um tempo, esperar um pouquinho para lutar de novo. Começo desse ano você esperava estar lutando com tanta frequência assim, ou gostaria de ter colocado um tempinho maior entre as lutas?
Não, eu sempre quero estar lutando, né? Mas às vezes quando me faz uma pergunta assim, eu falo, pô, quero dar uma descansada agora e tal, mas eu volto para academia, começo a treinar, começo a ver a minha evolução e eu acho que eu tenho que fazer isso novamente, o mais rápido possível, e aí o que acontece?
Well, usually after the fights I say that I want to take some time, give a little gap, and then I come back to the gym, I start training, and then I start seeing more evolution. I see that I just gotta keep doing this more often.
Did you think it would be Khalil, coming off of his suspension, but he was on this win streak, but he hadn't headlined a card, he hadn't fought in front of fans in a long time. Was Khalil even a possibility in your mind?
Você achava que seria o Khalil devido ao fato de estar vindo uma suspensão e já não estar lutando um tempinho, apesar de estar vindo numa sequência de vitórias? Passou pela sua cabeça que o Khalil seria o seu próximo adversário?
Não, no momento, até o momento não, né? Eu acho que ele tinha feito uma luta, falou até meu nome, né? Mas eu falei, pô, esse cara tá um pouco longe, não tava de olho nele, mas tudo acontece, né? E a gente tem que estar preparado.
Well, no, I did not envision that. Actually, Khalil, I think he made one of his previous fight. He mentioned Alex's name, but he was far behind on the rank, so nothing that came to his mind. But you got to be prepared for everything.
I don't know if you know this, but there's been a lot of people have been calling fans to call you the final boss for Khalil because he's had so much success against these glory kickboxers like Dustin Jacoby and Gokhan Saki, and they view you as, the final guy for him to beat in the UFC. Khalil likes that because it's something the fans can attach to, and it's a storyline. But I'm curious, do you like that narrative, and do you embrace that role as the final boss for him?
Bom, alguns fãs falam que você é como se fosse o último chefão do jogo, né? Pelo fato do Khalil ter tido tanto sucesso contra outros kickboxers e colocam você como o último desafio dele nessa área, né? Ele gosta dessa narrativa e o que você acha dela?
Não, eu gosto também. Pô, é legal. Eu depois, né, eu vi esse lance, né, onde ele nocauteou o Gogansaki, né? E eu vi algo ali o que pode ser feito, por que foi, né? Então a gente junto com a equipe aí estudando isso, né? Mais uma luta com outro kickboxer que é o Justin Jacob, é uma luta também que eu não concordo com o resultado, né? Mas ok, ele ganhou, é isso.
Well, I enjoyed the narrative. I saw his fight with Gohansaki. I saw some things that you had done there and things that I studied on that fight. You won. But I saw the fight against Dustin Jacoby, and I think he did not won that fight.
What do you think fighters like Dustin, I know you thought he won, but it was a very close fight, but fighters like Gokansaki and Dustin, what do you think they're doing wrong against Khalil, or is it something that Khalil is taking advantage of inside the octagon?
E quando você vê a luta, por exemplo, com caras como o Dustin Jacoby ou até com o Gohansaki, o que você acha que eles estão fazendo errado que o Khalil está conseguindo ter sucesso com caras assim?
Não, aqui não dá para falar, senão ele vai ganhar o lance, né? Eu tenho coisa muito boa ali que eu posso fazer ele errar, né? Tem uns pontos assim específicos que é óbvio que eu não vou falar aqui, que são muito importantes, né? Mas uma coisa eu falo, estou muito bem preparado, né? Estou animado para essa luta.
Well, I cannot give you guys all right, but I think there's a lot of points on his game that I can make him miss, that I see a lot of mistakes and flaws there that I've been studying I can use. But all that I can say for you guys is that I'm ready to make it a great fight.
In terms of his strengths, you know, a lot of people say like he's explosive, he's, you know, southpaw, he's quick with his hands, he has powerful ground and pound when he knocks you down. Is he any different from guys that you have already fought in the UFC?
Bom, o pessoal fala que ele é explosivo, ele é um cara rápido, né, um cara atlético, tem todas essas qualidades, né? Você acha ele um pouco diferente de outros caras que você já lutou no UFC?
Não, acho que é diferente, né? Cada um tem o seu estilo, mas eu gosto desse estilo, né? Eu gosto dessa agressividade. Quanto mais o oponente é agressivo, eu acho que para mim é melhor.
No, he's obviously different than the guys that I fought. Everybody's different, right? But I like that he's aggressive. I like that his style, that he fights, that going forward like that. So I think it's good.
How has it been with Sean in camp for this fight?
Como é que foi ter o Sean no campo para essa luta, Strickland?
Foi muito bom, né? Pô, foi um treino muito duro, ao mesmo tempo também muito divertido, né? Estar com ele ali. É um cara de energia muito boa, né? Às vezes as pessoas falam do cara, né? Mas com a gente ali, né? Com a minha equipe, família ali, eu posso falar para todos vocês que sempre respeitou. É um cara que, pô, a gente tem que estar com ele do nosso lado.
Well, very hard training, very good training, and person with a great heart, very nice guy. I know some people say some stuff about Sean, but around us in the family, he was very good, always respectful. Great to have him with us.
It feels like every time Alex fights, people are looking past the opponent he's facing on that weekend and talking about what his next move might be. There's always heavyweight or now middleweight. If he was to choose which is more likely for him, which way would he go, heavyweight or middleweight?
Bom, toda vez que você luta, o pessoal já está olhando depois dessa luta o que é o próximo passo, né? Se fosse poder escolher o próximo passo, pô, foi falado do pesado, foi falado do médio, qual você escolheria?
Eu escolheria defender defender o meu cinturão, né? Porque para o peso, para baixar de peso, né? Isso tem que ter um pouquinho mais planejado, né? Para subir também tem que ser um pouco mais planejado, né? Mas para essa categoria aqui é perfeita.
I will actually choose to defend my belt. You know, I mean, for me to go in a lower weight class, it will take some time, needs some more preparation. For me to go to a higher weight class, it also takes some more preparation. So right now, the way that it is at light heavyweight is perfect.
He recently bumped into John Jones at the Noche show. You know, did seeing him and being around him physically maybe think like, oh, I'd rather train with this guy than fight this guy? Or did seeing him there make him think, oh, this would have been a fantastic fight if John was not retiring?
Bom, você foi recentemente visto com o John Jones no UFC Note, né? Fala pra gente, estando com o John Jones lá, te deu uma sensação de, pô, eu quero treinar com esse cara, né? Ou então, tipo, pô, seria uma luta fantástica treinar, se eu pudesse lutar com esse cara?
Para ser sincero, eu só pensei nos treinos ali mesmo, né? Como ele já deixou até bem claro aí para todo mundo, né? Que ele iria fazer mais uma luta, iria se aposentar, né? E eu ainda não faço parte desse peso, né? Então, pô, estaria longe aí de estar fazendo essa luta com ele, mas eu com certeza eu quero aprender algo, né? Um cara com essa grande experiência, com certeza, na forma que eu sempre venho me comportando, com a mente aberta, né? Eu com certeza eu vou aproveitar algo ali e é o que eu quero fazer.
Well, was only thinking about training because he expressed that he said that his next fight might be his last fight. So I want to go over there and learn a little bit from him. You know what I mean? I'm a guy that have an open mind, and I think it'll be great.
How often does Glover Teixeira get mistaken for Junior Dos Santos?
Com frequência, o pessoal confunde o Glover com o Cigano.
Pô, vi 2 vezes. Eu só vi 2 vezes só, mas pô, não é combinado não. Esse cara chega assim e fala, eu falo, caramba.
It's definitely not staged, but I only saw it twice, but people mistaking them.
Hey, Alex, over here. You fought here last year, but it seems like this time around you spent a lot of time training in our mountains and hitting our local gyms. What's been your impression of Salt Lake during the lead up to this fight?
Bom, você lutou aqui ano passado, né? Mas esse ano passou mais tempo. A gente viu na montanha, a gente viu treinos nas academias locais aqui de Salt Lake City. O que você tem a dizer dessa cidade aqui? Como é que está sendo para você?
Bom, a gente está nas montanhas, né? A gente tem uma casa ali, né? A gente está com um grupo ali de 10 pessoas, mais ou menos. O passeio que a gente deu foi nessa região mesmo, não aqui para baixo, né? Então, para ser sincero, a gente não conheceu nada aqui. A gente está bem focado para essa luta aí. A gente evita de sair um pouco, a gente fica mais na casa ali, né? É isso. Então, é difícil falar um pouco se você não conhece.
It's hard to say because honestly, we got a big house in the mountain. We are around 10 people there, but we are super focused on the camp, trying to stay around there, trying to stay home. We did went to the mountains a little bit, and besides training, so it's hard to put an impression.
Mas onde a gente está, pô, é muito bonito, né? Ali é um outro visual da onde a gente vem, de Canérica, que muito, sabe, pô, muitas pedras ali, coisa linda. Então eu gosto disso, meio na natureza, fazer os treinos ali onde a gente estava fazendo, as corridas, para mim está sendo perfeito.
But it's a beautiful landscape. It's different than Connecticut, so I enjoy being in the mountain. I enjoy doing the trains that we are doing. It's a beautiful place here.
Awesome. And this will be your 4th fight in less than a year. What motivates you to be so incredibly active and putting in all the training that you do?
Bom, e essa vai ser a sua 4ª luta em menos de um ano. O que te motiva a ser um cara tão ativo e estar sempre buscando defender o cinturão, assim, lutando?
O que me motiva é, todos os benefícios que eu tenho, né, em poder ajudar minha família, né, isso para mim é muito importante, né, esse sempre foi o meu sonho, né, poder ajudar o meu pessoal e com certeza, com o trabalho que a gente vem fazendo, eu acho que eu tenho uma história muito bacana, assim, muito bonita, onde eu posso estar motivando as pessoas e, com todo esse sucesso, isso eu consigo mostrar para eles.
Well, what motivates me is the benefits that comes with being a champ, right? Is everything that I get and I can provide better for my family, but also to be able to tell my story and to motivate people with everything that I do.
Shama.
Hey, Alex. I'm just curious, after this fight was announced, a lot of people thought that Khalil did not deserve to fight you. I'm just curious if you agree with that. Do you think he's done enough to fight you, or do you think that the fans were correct that he doesn't deserve to fight you?
Quando essa luta foi anunciada, muitos fãs não concordaram e falaram que o Khalil não merecia estar lutando pelo cinturão. Você concorda que ele merece? O que você acha da situação?
Eu acho que ele merece. Foi da mesma forma que aconteceu comigo. A gente vê, né, às vezes, pessoa pulando ali o ranking, né? Foi o que aconteceu comigo também, né? E hoje eu sou campeão. Então, eu provei que, não sou uma enganação. Eu, fui ali, me colocaram à frente de muitas pessoas, eu, bati em quem eu tinha que bater e, fui campeão, né? Então, eu acho que estão fazendo a mesma coisa com ele. Vai ser uma luta muito boa, né? E eu acho que tá tudo certo.
No, he does deserve, you know what I mean, same happened with me, you know what I mean, got kind of jumped on the rankings, but it's due to the work that he been put on. I put the work like that too, keep beating some guys, and then the opportunity presented.
Thank you.
Alex, right back here. Being from Connecticut myself, man, I've had the opportunity to interview a lot of the guys at the gym. Every single time they tell me about the inspiration, the mentoring effect, the leadership that you provide to them in the gym. What does it mean to you to be a guy who has a whole stable of younger fighters that are constantly looking up to him?
Bom, ele também é de Canérica, né? Sabe que você é um cara que está motivando, está sempre aí inspirando essa galera local, esses lutadores locais de lá também. O que significa para você estar inspirando essa galera e estar sendo um exemplo para o pessoal que está subindo aí?
Não, para mim significa muito, né? Igual eu estava um mês atrás estava no Brasil, né? E sempre visitando o meu pessoal onde eu nasci, né? E as condições assim não são boas. E eu vivia isso, né? Então eu quero tentar motivar essas pessoas, né? De alguma maneira. E a gente sabe da grandeza do UFC, né? Não vai ficar só ali no meu bairro onde eu nasci. Isso vai mostrar para o mundo. Então acho que hoje eu sou uma motivação, uma inspiração para essas pessoas. Então é por isso que isso é importante para mim.
No, this is really important to me, not only there, but also in general. Like a month ago, I was in Brazil, and I see the inspiration that I cause on people that are trying to get up from the bottom, right? And I think it's really important for me to be able to motivate these people.
Absolutely. And I know your sister, I heard she has a big fight out here next week. And I wanted to ask you, are you going to be staying in Salt Lake City for an extra week? And how excited are you to see her competing in a pit?
Bom, já ficamos sabendo, né, que a Aline vai lutar semana que vem, sua irmã. E você vai ficar aqui uma semana a mais para ficar na luta dele. E como é que você está já visualizando, como é que você acha dessa luta dela que vai ser, né, naquele domo?
Bom, um pouco diferente, né? Tá lutando ali, eu não sei qual que é a sensação. É um pouco diferente de octógono, de ringue, né? Mas ela tá bem preparada, né? Pô, tá também treinando na altitude, vai ter um pouco até, mas uma semana a mais do que eu aí para luta. Eu estaria 3 semanas e ela vai estar 4 semanas, então hoje mesmo fez sparring, fez 4 rounds de sparring. Vai lutar 3 rounds, então fez um a mais ali, porque pode ter, nas regras, né, do Karate Combat, pode ter um round extra. Então é isso, a gente está treinando certo, fazendo tudo da melhor maneira.
Yes, definitely. It's going to be a little different, right? Different feeling. I don't know because it's not fighting on a ring or on a cage, but she's ready. She's very good prepared for it. I actually stay here 3 weeks. She's going to fight a week after me, so it's going to be 4 weeks of training on the elevation. And she's good. Today she did 4 rounds of sparring. The fight's 3 rounds only, so I think she's ready for it.
And last from me, I saw on Instagram a couple days ago you mentioned that maybe down the line there might be a nicotine pouch with your name on it. We know how much you like the Zins and stuff like that. Is that another way that you see yourself connecting with the fans down the road?
Oi, também você anunciou que talvez vai ter com o seu próprio, né, saquinho de nicotina. Você é um cara que gosta muito do Zin, né? Isso também é outra maneira de você estar podendo conectar com seus fãs?
Isso aqui eu uso mais para treinar. Antes do treino ali, eu gosto de fazer isso para deixar eu mais focado, né? Então, é isso. É isso.
Well, I think there's a way for me to stay a little more focused because I use before training, so it's pretty much it. E como você tinha anunciado também, você acha que você vai ter o seu, em vez de ter o Zin?
Não sei. Não sei. De repente, se vier uma proposta do Zinho aí, a gente pode fechar algo.
I don't know yet, but also if Zin want to throw an offer, we can close some deal.
Hola, Alex. On Tuesday, your ex-rival from kickboxing, Artem Vakhitov, will fight for his first UFC contract in the Dana White Contender Series. So how do you think does he has potential to succeed in your division, and are you looking forward to face him for the 3rd time now in UFC cage?
Bom, o seu ex-rival Artem Vakhitov vai lutar terça-feira no Contender, né? Como é que você acha que pode ser o potencial dele no MMA? E se talvez você já visualiza uma 3ª luta entre vocês dois na divisão meio pesada do UFC?
No MMA eu não sei. Depois que eu tô dentro do UFC, eu meio que parei um pouco assim, de acompanhar o kickbox. Se fosse kickbox, eu diria que seria talvez o campeão aí, próximo campeão. Mas MMA não dá para saber, não. Então, como não estou acompanhando, difícil responder isso.
E ele perguntou se você acha que um dia eu vou lutar com ele no UFC.
Se eu lutar, eu acho muito difícil.
Well, I stopped following kickboxing, so I kind of don't know how he's doing, right? So I don't know what his potential, but I think fighting me in the UFC at this point I think will be hard.
É que as pessoas às vezes confundem um pouco. Vê a minha história com a do Adesanya, né? Eles acham que pode fazer a mesma coisa. Cara, vê tudo que aconteceu comigo e com a Adesanya, pra gente ter essa história, né, aqui dentro do UFC. As pessoas acham que porque um ganhou de mim lá não sei aonde, o outro fez isso, vai chegar aqui e vai acontecer a mesma coisa que aconteceu comigo e com a Adesanya. Esses caras não são eu. Eles não são Adesanya, são diferentes.
Well, people get mistaken sometimes, think that it's just easy to make a story like I did with Israel Adesanya, guys that, beat me on a fight like long ago, and they think they just come here and make the same story. Bro, they are not me. They are not Israel Adesanya. Look at the whole story behind that to get to there.
Obrigado.
Chama.
I going to pause in between?
Yeah. Just pause it and I'll just go ahead. 2 segundos. He just turned. There you go. Got it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Nowitzki. I'm the Senior Vice President of Anti-Doping Compliance with the UFC.
Esse é o Jeff Nowitzki, ele é vice-presidente de compliance de antidoping do UFC, só para você saber.
We're here today to present Ketlen Vieira with her 50-time perfect test history jacket, which signifies that in the existence that she's been in the program, she has had at least 50 individual samples collected with a perfect test history.
A gente está aqui com a Ketlen Vieira para apresentar a jaqueta dela por 50 testes perfeitos. Significa que durante o teu período aqui, durante a tua carreira, você simplesmente teve 50 testes negativos no UFC.
I think the best way to explain how significant that is to tell you a story that we tell every brand new UFC athlete when we're training them about this program.
Acho que a melhor maneira de explicar, vou contar uma história para vocês, e uma história que a gente conta para todo mundo no UFC. O que significa ter 50 testes negativos?
The laboratory we use in our program happens to be right down the street. It's about 15 minutes away from here. SMERTL, Sports Medicine Research Testing Laboratory.
O laboratório que o UFC utiliza é um laboratório que está 15 minutos daqui, inclusive, chama-se SMERTL, e ele está aqui do ladinho.
The laboratory is so sensitive that if I went to an Olympic-sized swimming pool, 50 meters long by 25 wide, 10 deep, approximately 660,000 gallons of water, you can tell I told this story a few times, and dropped a single grain of salt in that pool and let it disperse overnight, I could come back anywhere in that pool the next morning, collect a cup of water, and that laboratory can detect that grain of salt.
Só para saber exatamente a exatidão desse teste. Se você for numa piscina olímpica com medidas olímpicas, aquela que a gente está acostumado a ver gigante, se você for, e ele sabe, ele já contou essa história, então ele sabe exatamente as medidas de uma piscina olímpica. Se você for numa piscina olímpica hoje à noite e colocar uma gota e um grão de sal lá, amanhã de manhã, em qualquer horário que você olhar, vai ser detectado a amostra daquele sal remanescente na piscina olímpica.
So because of that, our athletes like Katlyn are held to such high standards that she has to make conscious decisions virtually every day she's been in the pool over 9 years now to make sure that she's compliant in the program, and she's done that perfectly.
E por conta da exatidão desse teste, da maneira como é tão específico, atletas como você têm que se manter na linha, têm que se manter honestas e limpas e sempre observando tudo o que fazem na vida o tempo todo, justamente ao longo de toda a carreira, porque você está disposta a estar dentro dos limites desse teste. Então, ao longo da carreira, você sempre cumpriu com as suas obrigações.
So, Katlyn, it's my pleasure to present to you this jacket. Thank you being a leader and a role model in the fight for clean sport. We really appreciate you.
É um prazer. Aqui está a jaqueta. Obrigado por ser uma líder e também um exemplo para os atletas. Então, a gente realmente aprecia isso. Parabéns, Katlyn. Eles vão subir a mesa aqui para você. Seria sacanagem fazer você sentar aqui no chão. All good. Take pictures of them all the time. I'm not here to shop.
Katlyn, big fight week here ahead of not a UFC champion, but in a woman a lot of people view as a future champion or the uncrowned champion. So I guess how's fight camp been? How's this week been? And what do you make of Kayla as an opponent?
E aí, Katlyn, uma semana de luta importantíssima, não contra uma campeã do UFC, mas obviamente, alguém que vem de título, uma pessoa que é vista como as pessoas como uma candidata ao título. Uma tremenda de uma luta. Como é que foi o camp? Como é que você está?
Então, estou muito feliz com a oportunidade, né? Eu acho que eu estou aqui por isso, pelas grandes lutas, para lutar com as melhores. É isso que me deixa feliz. Eu sou movida a grandes desafios. E eu tive um camp maravilhoso, né? Eu acho que só o fato de eu sair 100%, sem nenhuma lesão, eu acho que isso aí já é o fator já principal para eu agradecer. Mas foi um camp muito duro e eu estou muito feliz.
I'm happy with the opportunity, and I'm here to fight against the best and have the greatest fights, and that's what we're here for. We know that, and I cherish and I'm moved by the toughest challenges. I know that I came out of this camp. If you look at this camp, I came out 100%, no injuries whatsoever. Just feeling great, and that's a victory in and of itself. Very excited and very prepared for this fight.
It's kind of a unique position too, right? Because it's not for a UFC title, but Kayla might be the bigger name of the main event. I mean, the co-main event, and then your fight. It seems like fighting Kayla will draw more eyeballs than actually fighting for the title. So I'm curious, do you?
Que vinha embalada de 3 vitórias e quem ganhasse disputava o cinturão, eu ganhei, mais uma vez eu não fui. Depois, logo em seguida, eu lutei contra a Katlyn, que era a única mulher até então a ter vencido a Amanda Nunes. E quem ganhasse o cinturão, eu ganhei, mas uma vez não houve. Então, assim, eu estou desde 2018, né, com essa oportunidade de cinturão. Mas, como eu sempre falo, é tudo no tempo de Deus, não é no meu tempo. Deus tem a hora certa para tudo. Eu acredito que agora é o meu momento, agora é a minha hora. Eu estou melhor, não só tecnicamente, mas mais amadurecida como pessoa e como atleta. Então, essa luta veio no momento certo, né? A Kayla é um grande nome. No judô, para mim, eu acho que no MMA ela tem que se provar muito ainda, né? As pessoas confundem o nome dela no judô com MMA, né? Principalmente aqui dentro do UFC, ela fez apenas uma luta. Eu acho que ela tem muito a testar aqui dentro, ao contrário de mim, que já fui muito testada aqui.
I think I've been on the cusp of this for such a long time, and I've been in this position for quite some time. I've been waiting for this opportunity. It just never happened. So I fought Sarah coming off of 3 wins, and I thought, well, that we're supposed to fight after this and fighting for a title. I didn't get that, and then fought Kaz again. I would actually, beat Amanda Nunes. I thought, well, this is the one. This is for a title shot. It never happened again. So it didn't happen. So it's been since 2018 that I've been at this and just battling for it, and I believe everything happens for a reason. It's not, and there's not my time. It's God's time, and things are happening because they need to happen. As far as Kayla, listen, she carries a good name in judo. I do believe that she hasn't been proven in MMA, and a lot of people tend to confuse a little bit things, and just and I think she has not proven herself. She's had one fight right now, but I feel really prepared about this, and I think this is the time, and I feel confident that this is the fight that will take me to a title shot.
Well, speaking of confidence, Kayla was in here, and she said that she thinks that she could beat you, Raquel, and Juliana all on the same night. So I'm curious, do you think she's just saying that to build the fight, or is she just confident in her mind, and what do you make of her comments?
Bem, a Kayla, falando da confiança que a Kayla tem em relação a ser uma lutadora, ela esteve aqui antes e ela falou que ela ganharia de você, da Raquel e da Juliana na mesma noite. O que significa essa maneira como ela falou? O que você acha do comentário dela?
Eu acho que, no mínimo, alguém tinha que beliscar ela para ver se ela está sonhando, né? Acho que o mínimo é isso. É uma atleta que, para mim, é totalmente dependente da luta de solo. Ela só sabe fazer isso. Ela fala que ela é melhor, mas ela não pode só trocar. Ela não está preparada. Já eu posso trocar com qualquer uma, eu posso trocar judô com qualquer uma, eu posso fazer wrestling com qualquer uma, como já fiz com uma medalhista olímpica, eu posso fazer jiu-jitsu com qualquer uma. Já ela, não.
I think she needs to pinch herself, or somebody needs to pinch her to see if she's dreaming or something. Because I just don't understand where this is coming from. I think as an athlete that's so dependent on a specific ground, specifically on the ground game. I'm like, listen, I can strike with the best. I'm not sure if she actually can do something like that. I have wrestled against someone actually that has an Olympic medal. I've done jiu-jitsu with the best, and I think that I can do all those things. I don't think she can.
Everyone keeps asking her if she's the backup and if she would be willing to take this fight on short notice, and she said she'll take this fight on. She'll beat you, and then if they ask her, she'll fight for the title. I'm curious, would you do something like that if the UFC came to you? Like if you beat Kayla and they're like, hey, can you just turn around in 30 minutes and fight for a UFC title?
O pessoal fica perguntando para ela se ela seria de repente a reserva para a luta do título. Tipo assim, ela ganha de você e daí ela tá lá e luta na luta do título caso aconteça. A pergunta é, você se colocaria numa posição como essa? Você fala assim, pô, ok, ganhei da Kayla, tem meia hora que tu vai lutar na luta pro título, bora?
Acho que quem tem boca fala o que quer, né? Falar até papagaio fala. Eu acho que já vai ser difícil ela bater 61 e 700, imagine 61 e 200, né? Porque para você ser reserva da disputa de título, você tem que bater o peso da categoria, né? Então acho assim que ela vive num mundo da imaginação, assim, né? Eu acho que ela fala mais isso para promover, ou ela fala na frente do espelho para tentar convencer ela mesmo disso, mas isso é só para vender, porque quem realmente tem de luta sabe que isso não é possível.
I think, you got a mouth, you're going to talk. I mean, even parrots talk because they got a mouth, so it don't matter. I mean, first of all, you have to look at this like, okay, so it's hard for her already to make weight as it is, and then as if you know anything about these fights, you have to make weight for the other fight too. So how that's going to happen? So I think that she lives in a world of her own imagination. I think she maybe says things in front of the mirror to just like convince herself about this, because I mean, if you understand anything about fighting, any of us crazy about doing something or even thinking about that.
I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. Juliana was also in here, and she feels that Raquel Pennington doesn't do enough to promote the UFC women's bantamweight division, and that's why Juliana thinks that she wants this fight more because she can, promote the entire division, and Raquel runs from the spotlight. I'm curious, do you agree with that assessment?
Uma pergunta que eu tenho para você, curioso para saber qual é a tua opinião sobre algo que a Juliana falou. A Juliana falou que a Raquel não faz o suficiente para vender a luta, ela não vende a divisão gala, ela não vende bem as lutas e ao contrário da Juliana, que disse, eu faço isso bem, eu acho que a Raquel foge um pouco dos holofotes e tenta não aparecer. O que você acha isso sobre promover a luta?
Eu acho que ela tem que cuidar da vida dela, né? Eu acho que o principal é isso, ela tem que cuidar da vida dela. Não é porque ela é dessa forma que ela tem que impor que outra pessoa seja igual. Não é porque eu sou de um jeito que eu tenho que impor que cada um de vocês tem que ser desse jeito, porque eu acho que é certo, né? Para mim, eu admiro muito a Raquel como campeã, uma pessoa humilde, fala com todo mundo. Já a Juliana Peña, ela é o que o Verdun chama de cu de cachorro para mim.
All right, so okay, I'm gonna have to clean this one up. Yep, here we go. First of all, I think that she needs to worry about her life first and foremost. Listen, it's not because someone is one way, you have to be in the same way. Just because of the fact that, first of all, I respect Raquel a lot. She, as a champion, she's very humble, says hi to everybody, so great. As far as Juliana, she's going to talk. She's what Fabricio Verdum calls in Brazil like a dog's ass. Listen, just here to translate.
And then last one for me.
Asshole, dog's asshole, to be very clear.
Last one for me, I think I know the answer, but can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Khalil?
Essa foi a última, mas a última pergunta, qual é a sua opinião sobre o evento principal entre Alex Pereira e Khalil Rountree?
Acho que vai ser uma grande luta, né? Para mim, as pessoas falam muito estatisticamente, né? Mas eu acredito que quando você entra no octógono, é 50% de chance para cada um. Acredito que vai ser uma grande luta digna de main event.
I think it's going to be a great fight. I think people tend to talk a lot about like statistically, but I think when you go in there, it's 50-50. I think it is a fight worthy of a main event.
Right back here. When it became official that Kayla was coming over to the UFC, was she ever someone that you thought of fighting potentially, someone that you envisioned fighting?
Quando começou a se tornar uma coisa oficial de que a Kayla ia vir para o UFC, você já visualizava elas como sendo uma pessoa contra quem você teria que lutar?
Não, eu vejo um passo de cada vez, né? Eu só vim pensar na Kayla a partir do momento que ela se tornou a minha adversária. Então eu penso assim, você tem que focar ali na sua frente um passo de cada vez.
I know, one step at a time. I think that I started to think about Kayla when she actually became an opponent. I think that's what you need to do. You need to focus at one step at a time, and whoever needs to be next.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Raquel over here. Obviously, first fight week is the reigning UFC champion. So I guess how's fight week been this time around? Has camp been any different? Because we always hear these former fighters say, like, the second you become champion, you just get a little better, and fight camp is a little harder. But I'm curious if it's true in your mind.
For me, I felt like my last fight camp, I truly shifted gears, and then it just turned out to be a really weird fight week. I ended up sick going into the fight, and so the game plan just kind of went out the window, and the ultimate goal was just to, it didn't matter what it looked like, just to attain the world title. And now this fight camp, this is honestly the first fight camp in a long time that I've had a lot of fun. Just kind of breaking things down differently. My mind's been in a completely different place. I feel like I've truly just stepped into my shoes and owned all the hard work I've had for the last 14 years. And the only things that I can control in a fight is myself. And so the biggest thing for me was, how am I going to beat me? And it was really fun, just dissecting myself and truly shifting gears. So yeah, it's been different.
Obviously, a lot of this build-up is, dating back to the Ultimate Fighter. I think you guys are the only two left from that season still on the roster. So I'm curious, is this personal for you, or is it just, another fight and it's just all the noise around is just build-up?
There's a lot of noise around it. This is definitely a history fight. I feel like initially Dana thought that we would match up for the finale. She ended up winning that season. I won fight of the season, and in that fight, I ended up sustaining a broken hand, a fractured forearm, and stitches. And people just don't understand the intensity that goes into that short time frame of filming. And so it just didn't play out. I lost in the semifinals, and now here's our journeys all these years later. What I don't understand is it's a fight that I've wanted for a very long time, and it's taken 11 years to get here. But needless to say, I'm super excited for this one. And so, the animosity is she's someone who definitely gets under my skin, absolutely. I didn't know Juliana going into the house, and then I just quickly learned her personality. And so it's just been years that I'm like, hey, let's do this.
I think you said something like you've been waiting for her to sign her name on the dotted line for a while to fight this. Have you actually been matched up? Because she was in here and she's like, I've never been offered a fight with Raquel.
No, I've asked for the fight multiple times. And whether it's true or not, people say all the things. They're like, she doesn't want to fight you. And so, we know Juliana. She's going to say 100% different. But I've asked for it for years, and somehow it's never aligned. But it is what it is.
She was also in here, and she said that she doesn't think you are a good representation of the women's bantamweight division because you don't promote it. She said something about how you turned down Embedded or something like that, and she's just said the question presented was, who wants to win this title more? And she goes, it's me, because I can promote this division and everything. So do you think that's just her talking again, or does she believe that?
We all know that Juliana has a master's degree in yapology. All she does is talk shit. She keeps herself relevant that way. And to sit here and say, oh, I turned down Embedded, how does she know anything into what I'm even doing? It's interesting, but, she just yaps and she talks. But at the end of the day, I've always been me. I stay authentic to who I am. I don't feel the need to go out there and do all the extra shit talking and whatnot. This is 14 years of hard work. I got here just staying in my lane, and you want to call me a terrible representation, I didn't see her doing any better. She, she had the biggest upset, and then she turned around and she got her ass handed to her for 5 rounds. And so where's the representation in that? But I can tell you for sure, I damn sure, I'm here to stay and still.
Kind of going off of that, I think if you win, you tie Amanda.
When I win.
When you win, you tie Amanda for the most wins in this division. I'm curious, did you think you would be competing this long? Because a lot of fighters, they have they go, I want to retire at 35 with all these wins. I'm curious, did you think you would reach this far in your career?
No, honestly, when I started this 14 years ago, sports medicine has changed so much. When you got to a certain point in this career, just as an athlete in general, you hit 35 and that sounds real old. And just kind of putting your body through the ringer. But like I said, sports medicine's changed so much. And honestly, I feel truly in my prime. I remember when it was okay, I'm going to fight until I'm 31, 32. And in fighting, the years go fast. You get into a fight camp, and before you know it, half of the year's gone. So yeah, no, I didn't think it was going to be this long. But, I've stuck it out. And like I said, I feel in my prime, and all the stars are aligning, and I'm super excited.
In terms of the actual fight, I think, you said you could envision this being a war. Juliana's coach said, she has the advantage in power. Juliana said that. Her coaches.
And your power?
That's what she says.
Okay.
Her coaches are going to let the dog off the chain. So I'm curious, how do you see this fight playing out as you laugh at?
You know, at the end of the day, the way that I see it is, honestly, I mean, yeah, we're the last two from the Ultimate Fighter. We've been here for a long time, but I've been the most active. I've fought in the best of the best. I've done a bunch of things throughout my career. And just when it comes to it, you know, I mean, she sits there, anybody sits there and they're like, oh, you don't let your hands go. Dana's been telling me for how many years now?
I think you said that on Tough, right?
On Tough, after every single fight, his exact words, let your fucking hands go. There's a reason for that. You know, I've crossed a lot of coaches' paths. I've hit mitts with a lot of people, and they're like, dude, the power that you produce. I train with the guys because the girls, they get frustrated when I train with them, and it's not even trying to hit anybody hard. Like, I just have a snap behind me. So, like, I know I have true power, and I know that I have true skill behind me in every which way. I feel like coming off the Ultimate Fighter, I was categorized as a brawler, but I truly feel like a well-rounded mixed martial artist. I have a great jiu-jitsu game. I have a great wrestling game. You know, my coach is always telling me, he's like, hey, like, I just want to put you in some wrestling matches. And it's like, absolutely not. He's like, you're really good at it. And so, you know, just overall, like, her coaches can say what they want. She can say what she wants. But I feel like I'm the more polished fighter going into this.
And then last one for me. I know you're focused on Juliana, but there is a big name on the undercard in Kayla Harrison.
Yeah.
She was in here earlier, and, you know, she's said, like, this entire time, like, when I beat Katlyn, I'll turn around and fight on 5 minutes notice against the winner of that. And then just earlier today, she said she thinks she could beat you, Ketlen, and Juliana in a single night if asked. So do you think that's her just kind of selling future fights? Do you think that's just confidence? And as a champion, do you like hearing that, knowing like this is a possible big name opponent that you could have down?
I think she's doing exactly what she needs to. She's selling herself. She's hyping herself. She's being her biggest hype man. But at the end of the day, she needs to calm down a little bit. She's now on the biggest stage with a ton of talent. And I feel like she's truly taken away from the division with that idea. But she'll be humbled. She'll be humbled soon. And so, you know, I think it's awesome, though. I mean, it's kind of like when Holly Holm came in. She came in with a huge hype behind her and whatnot. And I feel like Kayla is that new era of Holly Holm bringing that hype behind her. But at the end of the day, she's just a human being. She's a female. And I feel like the world is truly underestimating Ketlen right now. I think this weekend is going to be a great fight. But, yeah, I definitely see that as a #1 contender fight.
Raquel, right over here. Was fighting in Salt Lake City a conscious decision so that you could have as much family as possible, just a state over, be able to travel for your first title defense?
No, it was offered to me, and I've never been the type of person to turn down any fight or any place, you know. I mean, I've been all over the world with doing this and stuff, and so it just so happens that we fell into Salt Lake City. And, you know, I mean, coming out here, I came out for a hockey game and doing some media stuff. And I didn't realize the amazing fans out here. I am so excited for the energy that's going to come with it, and it just so happens to fall close to home that, you know, I mean, my entire family's going to be here. My family from Florida is making the trip. Tisha's family's making the trip. All our close friends. Like, man, it couldn't be any better.
You just mentioned this with Jose, and I am curious. I spoke to Phil Rowe a couple of years ago, and he mentioned having a very natural, snappy punch. And you saying snappy kind of made me think about it. Do you think that's more of a natural thing, or is that something that's built over time and something that has been kind of something that you've clawed at and worked at specifically to make sure that you do throw such specific damaging shots?
Listen, when I first started this sport, I came from basketball, volleyball, softball, gymnastics, like every other sport you can think of. I had no fighting behind me. I didn't grow up fighting. I had an annoying cousin. They call us Chippendale. We're 5 months apart, and he's the only one that I fought, but I don't think my technique was that great, even though I got the better hand all the time. And my first training session, you know, we went in, we talked to the coach, and he's like, here's what this sport is, and here's practice tomorrow. So I show up, I step on the mats with socks on. He's like, no, we got to take those off. And I'm like, okay. And then he gives me some hand wraps, had no clue what I was doing. I'm like, all right, what are we doing today? And he's like, sparring. What is that? And I just got fed to the wolves, and I absolutely fell in love with it. But I think it's a technique that, like, it just came natural, you know, just me being naturally athletic and stuff. And throughout the years, I feel like I've just definitely perfected that. I feel like I truly have one of the best jabs in the game. And so, you know, it's just, I don't know. Some people can work on it and work on it and work on it, and they can build up to that. And sometimes there's just people that have the natural ability. Good to go. Sweet.
vato cargado na gadai.
Welcome to Fight Week. How are you feeling?
Hi, good, thank you.
What do you think of Salt Lake City?
Oh, it's very, after Las Vegas, probably it's much better for me because I like nature, more green, and I like cold. It's a little bit colder than Vegas. But in America, Vegas is my home. That's why I like Utah, but I will go back there.
So what were your first thoughts when you got the name for your opponent?
I never have no thoughts. I just say it only date, and that's all.
Well, how do you see the fight going between the two of you? What are you expecting from him?
He's an unexpected guy. I'm unexpected also. I can, but who knows? Maybe this time will be mine first submission in UFC. That's a little bit strange. I'm a grappler and never used this, but who knows? But you know me. Maybe I will just go and fight. Nobody knows. I don't know it also.
Is that something you really want? Like, if you get your submission, is that something that would be like a really high achievement for you?
To do submission. I will every day do it in the gym. That's why I don't think so. I don't think about stuff like that.
Have you had any interactions with him? He had told us earlier today that he's trying to be good this week. So I'm just wondering if you guys have run into each other at all.
No, we didn't, but I meet him a couple times. I know a lot of people say different things about him, but with me he was always good. And I see him a couple times. We was traveling to some event together, and also we fought some event, like I think 2. And he was good guy, nice guy, nothing bad. And as always, I don't have no negative emotions about my opponents, and with him same.
I know right now Georgian MMA is really big. You guys have now 2 champions. Did you ever picture this even a year ago that you would have 2 champions from Georgia?
No, of course, it's a big achievement. And when I first started MMA, it was in Ukraine, because in Georgia we didn't have MMA. And even now, I think amateur MMA is bigger in Ukraine than in Georgia. But if you are speaking about professional athletes, Georgia is in another level now.
Do you think now that you guys have 2 champions that it's going to, suddenly become a place? Because I have people reaching out to me saying, "How do I go train in Georgia?" They want to go there.
Okay, I don't want to sound bad, but let me say the truth. We don't train there, and I live in Georgia. It's a little bit harder for me, because if I would stay here in America, it will be easier to always be in shape and always train and having good sparring partners. And these guys who you mentioned, Ilya, Merab, Guram, Giga, they train in other countries. And it's much easier for them, and I understand why they do this. For professional athlete, it will be probably smartest and best way. But I choose different way, and I like being in Georgia because I like my culture, I like my life there. I never say in my life, and I see a lot of people say like, we don't like America, this, and I always say, if you don't like, just go home. It's easy. And I always respect America. I'm very thankful, because everything what I have in my life changed a lot, and I have a lot of different business and properties and stuff like that. And it's because of UFC, and because of America. And I'm very happy to be here, and I'm always very grateful.
So if you're not training in Georgia, if that's not where the training is coming from, how are you guys all so good?
Probably the time when we was raised there, we are almost similar age. It was tough times. It was times when Soviet Union collapsed and everything get destroyed in Georgia. No economy, nothing worked, and there was food problem. Everything was problem. Even electricity we sometimes have. Sometimes we didn't have at all day. Sometimes couple hours. And I even remember time. Sometimes they was giving electricity for a couple hours when it's news in TV and some Brazilian series. I remember that very good.
What was the Brazilian series?
I don't remember the name, but it was about love or something. I wasn't watching it, but I remember that everybody was going home because we all was outside in the street, and light was no light came, everybody saw it and go home, just for that couple hours.
So do you think now that there are the two champions and there's a lot of you now in the UFC that potentially Georgia could become a place where there are good gyms and there are places that fighters can go?
And let me start from this. I think in UFC we have 5 Georgian fighters. Population of Georgia is 3.5 million. There are a lot of countries, especially in Europe, who doesn't even have 1 or more fighters. And from these 5 fighters, 2 guys are champions and 2 top 10. And Guram deserves to be also top 10, and he's a very good guy, and I'm sure he will be very soon there. And if we are speaking in Georgia, I see changes, big changes. A lot of gyms are opening. I see even in my city, in Batumi, we have a lot of good gyms. And I will not say that I don't train, but I have hard time with the timing because I have a lot of other stuff to do. I need to work a lot. I need to look my business, what's going on, construction. And I found the easiest way for me, just wake up in the morning. I wake up in 7 normally, and I train 8, 9, because if I will not train in the morning, in evening I will not have time for this. That's why I train every day, but it's usually in the mornings, and like this I keep good shape. And even last time, when I fly for Smith fight, and everybody thought, and it was it was 1 week before fight I came here, and I was in good shape, but problem was time difference. But my shape was good exactly because of that I started doing trainings in the morning, quite hard trainings, and that helps me to keep me in good shape.
And last question for me: is there extra pressure on you knowing, what everything that you just said about Georgia and the champions, and now knowing you have to prove yourself now? Is there extra pressure?
I'm fighting. I never thought in my life that I will be fighting. I started fighting 28 years old. I saw in life a lot of difficulties and a lot of things. Nothing can pressure me. Fighting especially, how fighting can change who I am. I always was thinking about fights like part of my life, but it definitely doesn't define who you are, who I am. That's why no pressure, and I don't think there is anything what can pressure me. Of course, my family, how my family life is going, how things are in my close surrounding. In other ways, nothing can touch me and change me.
Thank you.
Roman, over here. Before your last fight, in the lead up at Media Day, you said you liked how it was a last minute fight because you didn't have to do all the media and everything. Another sort of short notice one because Kevin was supposed to fight Chris Curtis. So is it again the same thing? Like, I know it's not a light heavyweight, but do you prefer these short notice fights?
Light heavyweight was much better because I didn't need to cut weight, and it was such a good feeling. I was eating so much, and I just wake up in the morning. I had 2 kilos to lose. I was alone, and I just did it by myself and drive alone, just made weight and go home, eat more, and it was a really nice feeling. And you probably didn't listen till end. I said there it's good because now opponents don't have time to say no for fight, and because so many fights pulled out in my career. And there were last year after Marvin's fight, I was in Las Vegas for 7 months, and 3 opponents pulled out. 3 signed contract and they pulled out, and it was hard times. And even before Smith, also 2 opponents pulled out. And that's why I said, 1 week, no problem. I'm flying, no problem.
So for Kevin, he doesn't normally pull out of fights. In fact, he has the most fights dating back to 2021. So when Kevin's name came across the contract, were you even more confident that he would make the fight considering his history?
I never think from this side about fights. I know it always something can happen. They probably get injured or something, but I just think for myself what kind of fighter he is, and just agreed fight and start waiting time when the fight will come. That's all.
He was in here earlier, and he said against his past opponents, if it's a fight, he wins. But if it's a point fight, then his opponents will hold him down or just leg kick him from the outside. I'm curious, do you think if this turns into a fight that you would beat him?
I always fight, and let's see who will win then.
Last one for me. Can I get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Khalil?
it's it's a big problem that I sometimes say what I don't think I need to say, but I don't think that probably there is a big problem. I know Khalil very good. He's very good if we are speaking about person, but we are talking now about who is fighting who. Yes, I think there sometimes need to be some sense. I'm very happy for Khalil. I want to say that it's nothing about him. I'm just saying what's happening. And it's a little bit strange, but it's good that it happened like this with Khalil. I think also Anka Life need to fight definitely for a belt. And but it's my thought. We don't know what's happening there, how UFC is running business. And I'm happy with them, with the UFC. That's why I'm not saying nothing. But even my last fight, I beat Smith. He was number 10 ranked. And after when I wake up Tuesday, some guy moved to 10, and after 1 month they put me number 15. After they put me, I don't understand what's going on there. For me, it's to provide my family, to provide for my kids, for their future. And if I'm glad what UFC is giving me, I will keep moving. When I will decide that this thing what I don't like, I will make my decisions. I don't have no pressure. Maybe I don't understand how this business works, but I have my thoughts and opinions about everything what's going on in my life.
Гамарджо Бараман.
Гамарджо.
Как дела?
Отлично, все хорошо.
Рад тебя снова видеть. После своей победы над Смитом ты сказал, что хочешь оппонента из топ-10. Сейчас ты сам в топ-10. Тебе дали Холланда, который в твоем в среднем дивизионе не из топ-10. Насколько ты разочарован?
Я не разочарован абсолютно. Я считаю, что Холланд очень хорошее имя. Прежде всего, топ-10 для меня не означает там, место в рейтингах. Для меня это означает, во-первых, хорошее имя, хороший соперник. И, конечно же, когда мне дали его конкретно, я был достаточно рад и доволен тем, что это хорошее имя, хорошая возможность. Я всегда хочу проверять себя с хорошими ребятами. И он один из тех.
Ты сказал еще, что хочешь подраться с Кhamzatом Chimaevом. В дивизионе это твой самый желанный соперник?
Конечно, если не говорить о титульном поединке, возможном, который все может изменить. Вот Khalil, 8 номер, он выиграл Смита, которого я выиграл перед, и он дерется пояс. Хороший бой, потому что я его считаю как раз одним из лучших и одним из талантливых бойцов, и я бы хотел бы с ним померить силу.
Ну смотри, в случае победы над Уитакером, скорее всего, в следующий бой он будет претендовать на титульник.
Да.
Как ты думаешь, есть ли вообще шанс в ближайшем будущем вам встретиться в октагоне?
Вот вы сказали, если он выиграет, а если он не выиграет?
Если он не выиграет, тогда есть.
Вот тогда. И поэтому, если я выиграю, и дальше буду продолжать выиграть. Поэтому это все разговоры. Я, конечно, могу все что угодно планировать. Я вообще не думал в жизни, что я буду в UFC драться, не думал, что буду в топ-10, не думал, что и в 93 буду побеждать и быть в 2 весовых топовым бойцом. Ну, есть что есть. Я лишь принимаю дорогу жизни, которая мне дается. И я стараюсь идти по ней честно и достойно.
И последний вопрос от меня. Из всех грузинских бойцов UFC ты, пожалуй, самый интеллигентный, особенно если сравнивать с Мирабом, с Ильей. Такой мистер, хороший парень. Всегда говоришь правильные вещи. Ты не считаешь, что тебе это в UFC немножечко мешает?
Если говорить честно, считаю, что да. Потому что публика, контингент людей, которые это все смотрят, наверное, им нравятся такие разговоры. Но у меня на данный момент растут 2 мальчика, 2 сына. И я думаю, еще минимум парочку будет сыновей. Надеюсь, и дочка тоже. И я прежде всего поведу себя так, как бы хотел бы, чтобы они видели своего отца, и как бы я бы их хотел бы видеть в дальнейшей жизни. Поэтому у меня нету другого выхода. И я лишь есть кто я есть. Я не могу играть какую-то роль только потому, что кому-то это нравится, и мне за это больше заплатят.
Спасибо. Хорошего боя.
Спасибо.
Roman, right over here. You were shown and embedded this week out in the wilderness, out in the mountains out here in Salt Lake City. Seemed like you really enjoyed that. Obviously, that's what you're all about. When you get to come to a place like this, you get to enjoy the fight week like that. How much more comfortable does it make you, ahead of this fight?
The funniest part is that everywhere where I go, I found place where I like to do in wildness or anything. Because I can't just sit in hotel. It's not my type of life. And like you said, maybe I don't like media days, maybe I don't like interviews, but it's part of my job, what I need to do. And if I'm here on this level, it's part of my job, and I will do it, for sure. But true life I have there, because I don't need to play no roles. I just can be who I am. And mostly I like hard times, because when it's especially raining or snowing or something's going on, what's not normal, I like it more. Even in Vegas, when I see that it's raining, it's starting to rain, oh, I'm going to mountains, just because exactly that's what I want to feel. And this is just my natural habitat, natural place where I can be who I am. And there I feel more alive. That's probably what makes me always to go there. And I'm very happy that I'm in Utah. Before I was in Bryan Head. I liked it also very much. Very beautiful place. I stayed there 15 days, I think. And now I'm here, and it's a very beautiful place.
And last but not least, Sean Strickland came out here to Salt Lake City. Obviously, you guys have been drilling a lot together. He came out here to support as well. What does his presence during fight week bring to you?
Problem is that he didn't go with me to mountains. He screams so much that he's a tough guy, but he don't do tough stuff. He do for Instagram tough stuff maybe, but not real life. And he's a very good guy. I always tell to him that, Sean, you are better than you think you are. And in certain things I don't agree with him. I really don't agree how he talks about his family or something like that, because I always think that no matter how bad is your family, you always need to be on their side. And I think he's a guy who speaks just for audience. In Russian they asked me these questions, and you didn't understand what he was saying. And he's a good guy, I think. Better than people think, and better, I think, than he thinks about. But in his toughness, what he tries to show, it's also, I was raised in places where if somebody want to do something to you, they will not tell you. He will do it quiet and disappear very quiet, and nobody know about it. And that's a truly dangerous guy. But who is screaming loud about it? Nah, he's not capable to do that. But he's a good guy. He's very good, and he helped me here. And with him is always tough sparring. I don't want to sound like I have something against him or something. He's a very good guy, and one more time I'll say, I think he's better than he even thinks about.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day, guys.
What's up, guys?
Steven over here.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, last time we saw you in Salt Lake City, you did a whole media day, and you didn't end up getting a fight. So when they announced this card was going to happen, did you want to be on this card for the opportunity to fight in Salt Lake?
I did. I actually did, because I owe them one, because I didn't get to fight last time. You know, everybody was looking forward to that Michelle Pereira fight. He's doing money in a weight class higher, which is where she should be at. But, wanted to be here, wanted to be out here, especially against somebody like Joaquin Buckley, who's going to bring it.
Well, you say he's going to bring it. Kevin Holland was in here, and he told us.
Oh, I saw it. Yeah. Y'all got it out there on media quick.
Yeah, he said that he doesn't think Buckley's the guy that'll stand and trade with you. So seeing that, are you like, well, maybe? And then Joaquin was in here earlier, and he's like, this is an MMA fight. I can't take him down and ground and pound him.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you go back and watch it. I think it was 2 fights ago or a fight ago. He fought the big Russian dude.
Last fight.
Last fight. Yeah, he took him down. He won by takedown. You know, and so I prepared for that. I knew that was I know that was going to happen. At this point, you got guys who no longer want to stand and strike with me, which I think shows a testament to my striking, and they just want to take me down now. So I'll be ready wherever the fight goes.
Joaquin also did an interview not too long ago where he was like, you know, Steven's not as nice as maybe people see in front of the cameras, and he kind of chalked it up to, like, once you start circling each other in the rankings, the energy just kind of changes because you might have to get into a fight. Do you kind of chalk it up as that, or Buckley trying to sell the fight, or does he actually think you're meaner than you give yourself off?
I think he's trying to sell the fight. I mean, I think you brought it up, something that happened at International Fight Week, which we were chatting the whole time. You know, can I get the fight? You know, let's see the fight. It's like, yeah, my people get in touch with your people. We'll see if the fight will happen. And I was sitting there talking with Chris Weidman was doing some media. So it was me, my brother, and Marie V, Chris Weidman's wife, and with the kids. We were just sitting there chatting, and then Joaquin comes up, and I didn't really understand what he was trying to tell me about a fan was talking crap. I don't know if he was saying that the fan was saying that I was talking crap, or he was talking crap. I don't know. I was just like, hey, man, it's all good, you know? It's cool. Like, I had no idea what he was saying, to be honest with you. He walked off, and we just started chatting. I guess he thought we were talking about him or something. No idea. So it kind of surprised me when I heard the interview like a month later. I'm like, what? I don't remember saying anything to him, man. I know there were fans trying to get us to, like, you know, talk trash on each other, but I don't do that. I'm not good at it to begin with.
Is it true that Kevin Holland referred to you as Joaquin Buckley's grandfather?
He did. We were in the back. We were getting ready to go out to do some media at International Fight Week, and next thing I know, I'm trying to get some food. They had like a spread out for us. I'm sitting there with my brother, my dad, and my manager, and Kevin Hall's like, "Yo, Grandpa." And I'm looking to see who. Like, I thought his grandpa was really there, and I'm like, and he's looking at me. I'm like, me? He's like, yeah. Your grandpa. I'm dad. You know, Joaquin's grandson. You know, I beat Joaquin, you beat me, your grandpa. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess I guess that's cool. So yeah, he did, man.
Did you think he was calling you old?
No, I don't think I guess he was. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. Am I the oldest guy on the card? I have no idea.
Probably on the card.
I heard I was the oldest guy, second oldest guy in the UFC behind Stipe, who's 42. But I think Clay's...
Holly might be up there, too.
Okay. But I think... what's his dang name? I forgot his name. I think Guida. Yeah, Clay Guida's older than me.
I feel like your top 5 Guida's probably...
Yeah. So I'm still a young buck, man. There's just still guys older than me in the UFC.
And I have to ask... Aldo was in here earlier, and what he said, I feel like I should ask you. You know, he's fighting Mario Bautista, this other young kid coming up, and he's been around for so long. And Jose Aldo said, I'll fight whoever it takes to get to the UFC title. And I think when they announced you versus Buckley, people might have been surprised because, you know, Leon was coming off a loss, Colby called you out, and then you're fighting this guy trying to make a name for himself again. Are you in that same mindset as, like, you'll just fight whoever it takes to get to the title?
Yeah, man. I mean, I wouldn't say just to get to the title, but there's a lot of guys in the UFC divisions that try to hold on to their spots, you know. I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for Jake Ellenberger giving me a shot, Hendricks giving me a shot, Rory McDonald giving me a shot. And before I fought those guys, I wasn't even ranked, I don't think. But they gave me that opportunity. I'm the type of guy to give these young bucks a chance to come up and see if they got what it takes to go on the top. I mean, I did it with Jeff Neal, Kevin Holland, Vicente Luque at the time, and now Buckley. So I don't mind. My goal is to fight the best fighters in the world. Like, when I retire, like, who can say, a very small percentage of the world can say that they've done that in this division, you know? So no regrets, my man. I mean, nobody wanted to fight Shavkat, and they were like, hey, you want to fight Shavkat? Let's do it, you know?
Are you surprised that Shavkat hasn't fought since your fight?
Yeah, I mean, I am surprised. I don't know if he was on some injuries or he's just waiting for the right opportunity. But I thought it was going to be him and Ian Gary because they're kind of right there, you know. And the winner of that maybe fights the champ. But no, I don't know how that's going to go. I think they might be giving Shavkat the chance. I mean, he's a tough guy. I think that's a great fight, though. both cancel each other out when it comes to the wrestling, and it becomes a striking fight. I think if it goes early, if the fight ends early, it's Shavkat. But Bilal, man, he's got cardio. He's just as fresh in the 5th round as he was in the 1st. So if he goes the distance, I'm thinking it might be Bilal.
And you made your debut 12 years ago on that same card as, Poirier Holloway won. So I guess looking back to the state of the division back then when you had like the GSPs and the Hendricks and the John Fitches to now, like you said, a lot of these people are kind of holding their spot in these rankings. What do you make of the state of the welterweight division now? You have a new champion, a lot of guys aren't fighting each other. Just what do you make of everything going on at 170?
Man, it keeps refreshing, like after every welterweight fight, right? When for the longest it was stagnant. Like you had the champ, and he was fighting kind of the same guys for the past 2 to 3 years, and it's like, come on, man, get somebody else up there. But now we got a new champ, and it's changed within the past like 3 to 4 years. It was Usman, then it was Leon, now it's Bilal. Like, who's next? Is it going to be Shavkat? And I haven't fought since December, so I came down in the rankings. I think I'm ranked number 9 at this point. But I think it's great. I think it's good to keep these guys moving. Keep these guys moving. I don't like it when it's stagnant.
So you like Bilal's already calling out Shavkat, he's calling out Jack. He seems to be a champion that wants to fight the #1 contender.
Yes, that's how I think when you get the title, you shouldn't pick. I think you should fight, especially after that first fight, 1 or 2 fights, you fight who's coming up, and then you're able to pick or get that money fight or whatever. But when you get to the title, then you're just like, oh, I'm just wanting this guy right here. I want Conor. It's like you got to kind of earn it a little bit, And
then unrelated to this fight, I don't know if I'm going to get to ask you again. What do you make of karate not being in the Olympics anymore?
Well, if it was Kyokushin karate, it would still be in the Olympics. You know what I mean? When they got the full contact, I think it was like the last Olympics when the guy got round kicked and knocked out. Like, come on, man, this is a combat sport. If there's a knockout, awesome. Plus, it would stink to get gold, but you won gold by getting knocked out, So I think that had a lot to do with it not being in the Olympics is because of the rule setting. Like, it's a combat sport. Let's go. Y'all should be wanting knockouts. Make it more exciting, more people tuning in.
Are you surprised that, given how popular karate was in California specifically for so long, like especially after the movies The Karate Kid and everything came out, LA kind of became the hub of like karate schools popping up, that not even LA is having karate in the Olympics?
Yeah, man. It was great in the 80s when The Karate Kid came out. There was a lot of people wanting to venture out or wanted to train karate because of The Karate Kid. But then you started seeing these like McDojo schools popping up left and right, people all about it just for the money and not putting out good students. So it watered our style down, it watered the karate down. That's why people said it would never work in a real street situation. So, there are schools out there like my dad's and his instructors and other schools out there that karate's legit. Look at Lyoto Machida. He was the first to do it in the UFC, and it was like he was my inspiration, one of my inspirations, besides GSP and those guys, to start competing because people were talking about karate. And it works, man.
It does. And then last one for me. Can I just get your thoughts on the main event between Alex and Khalil?
Oh, man. Okay. First off, it's very hard to go against a guy or not pick a guy like Alex Pereira to win. Okay? Now, Khalil Rountree, I'm excited for this fight because it's going to be a stand-up battle, like Muay Thai versus Muay Thai. They're both heavy hitters, and Khalil Rountree could put him to sleep just as easy as Pereira can put him to sleep. It's just, I think Alex has the edge. He's very calm. I think he does a great job of keeping the distance, and he's a sniper when it comes to his shots, right? He's very patient. The only thing that I fear about Alex is staying in the pocket. You saw against Izzy Adesanya, he's not the type of guy that throws a combination and then moves. He stays in the pocket until he finishes, which is why Izzy Adesanya ended up knocking him out. He stayed in the pocket, he bounced off the cage, boom, and down he went. If he stays in the pocket with Khalil Rountree can put him to sleep. There would be no takedowns. No takedowns at all. This is going to be a striking battle, and I'm all for it. So I am leaning towards my man Alex Pereira because he's on a tear. I think he's the calmer fighter. He's a sniper. He picks his shot, and I think he's got the power just to put him to sleep, and he can keep the range.
Stephen, right over here.
Yes, sir.
This is a really small regional MMA question, but there was a small story that came out that on Monday you went out to a local gym and just spoke to a bunch of different fighters here in the state of Utah. I saw a ton of posts about it and a ton of people just saying how grateful they were that on such a busy week, you've got a million other things that you could rather be doing. You're just talking to some of these young up-and-coming fighters. What compelled you to do that?
Man, this is why I do what I do. You know, I've been in the martial arts since I was 3 years old. I know what the martial arts has done for me, not just as a martial artist, but just being a good human being. And it's a great lifestyle. And you get these guys who, some of the guys there were on the Contender Series, and they're in the UFC. So, and they're like, man, I look up to you. I'm like, are you kidding me? These guys are karate guys too. Come, pretty close to where I'm from. And to be able to see that amateur, pro level, and even in the UFC, a lot of these guys look up to me, and anything I can do to kind of give back to my community, especially to the fighter. It's a great life. Yes, it's tough, it's hard, but this is why I do what I do, man, just to give back to these local fighters and these up-and-coming fighters who want to make it to the UFC. It can be done. You know, look at me. I look back. I told my dad when I was 12 years old that I was going to be in the UFC one day. He took me to UFC 3. It was in Charlotte, North Carolina at the Grady Cole Center. And I told my dad then I was going to do this one day. And it's easy, but it's not easy. All I did was just didn't stop. I didn't stop my training. You know, when all my friends are going out partying, I was in the gym training, you know? So it's as easy as that. I mean, it's hard to go through the training. That's the tough part, but just don't stop. And that's what I told these guys. I was like, look, man, you're going to have your wins, you're going to have your losses, but people are going to look at you on how you take those losses and your wins. So that people will remember that.
That last question before I ask mine, you have such potent analysis. After the MMA career is over, do you hope to become potentially some sort of a broadcast analyst in some capacity? I know you already do YouTube and things like that, but go even, a step further.
I would love it. I would love it. I did some stuff when the UFC was with a different company, not ESPN, and it was great, but at the time, I was running the school and training, full-time, so it was a little tough because that's a full-time job. You watch a lot of these guys, Cormier and these other analysts, they do a lot of work studying their fighting, giving them phone calls. And at the time, it was just a little too much. But 100%, I would love to do this, just to stay in the game, to be in it still. Now, if or whenever I do retire, that's not going to stop my martial arts journey. I've got other fighters that I have coming up. They help me get ready for mine, and I help them get ready for theirs. So I'll do this, like I said, as long as my body will let me, or when my dad says, all right, man, you're taking too much punishment, or your heart's not in it. And sometimes us as fighters, we may not feel that. We were like, oh, my heart is in it, but really it's not, And I've been there before. I've been there early in my kickboxing career. Before I ended up tearing every ligament in my left leg, I was burnt. And I didn't know how to tell him that I didn't want to do this anymore. And then it came as a blessing, actually, when I ended up tearing my knee. And I was out for 3 years, kind of rekindled that flame, and it's been on fire ever since. Yes, sir.
Steven over here.
Oh, you got it. He got it. Who was it?
We'll go over here.
Okay.
Because you said something about when you were asked about the canceled fight and everything in Salt Lake City and whatnot. I believe the words you used were you felt like you owed something to this community, to the city, to the event, something like that. Like, I just kind of want to go a little deeper into that. What did you feel like you owed after that fight was canceled, I guess, where you wanted so badly to be back on this card in Salt Lake?
Well, obviously I want to win the fight, but I also want to put on a good show. There was a lot of people that have been, DMing me, messaging me, I can't wait to see your fight, can't wait to see your fight here in Salt Lake City, locals wanting to see this fight, and then it not happening. Of course, I was disappointed that my opponent didn't make weight, but I was also disappointed in the fact that I wasn't able to put on a show for everybody here in Utah. So now that this fight has happened, it was like, man, back in Utah, let's do it. So that's what I felt like I owed them, a show. Hopefully me and Joaquin will put that on this Saturday. And he just lay on me, but we'll see. I'll be ready for it, though.
Speaking of him potentially laying down and you being a striker, obviously, I wanted to ask you, man, you saw in Embedded this week a lot of drilling submissions from you. How do you feel as though, or what's the confidence like in your ground game, rather?
I mean, it's there. I mean, I've always had confidence in the ground game. It's like earlier in my career, I think I just got done fighting Matt the Immortal Brown. right? Went the distance. He ended up out wrestling me, and everybody's like, "Oh, Wonder Boy ain't got no wrestling." So my next opponent was Nashawn Burrell. I out wrestled him, and then I out wrestled Chris Clements. And then after the fight, I forgot who it was. They came up to me. They were with the UFC, and they were like, "Look, Steven, it wasn't your wrestling that got you here." I'm like, "All right, I'm picking up what you're putting down." So, you know, for a long time, I was just focused on that, putting on a show with my striking. That's what people want to see, you know, because as soon as the fight goes to the ground, especially when it comes to me, people boo. But at the top, man, right now, it's very difficult to get back up to the top if I don't use it. So the past 3 training camps has been specifically a lot on my submissions and grappling and takedown defense. Even though I lost to the fight with Shavkat Rakhmonov, I was still happy with the fight. You can still lose a fight and still be happy with it because my goal is always the title, right? But a little mindset switch if that's the only goal, it kind of dulls a little bit. So now my goal is how good can I get? That's my goal. At 41 years old, how good can I get? How much better can I get? And that's my mindset when I wake up every morning. I ask myself that. And that's what fuels me to go train every day. And that's why I've got a lot of questions. People are like, man, you've been in the game for a long time. How do you still have, you know, the energy to do this, man? How do you have the drive to keep fighting? And that's it, just to continue to get better. I was happy with that fight because there were some things that I was working on that was working. He took him a very hard time taking me down in the first and early half of the second round. He ended up getting me down, took advantage of it, and it was over. But still, I was like, I lost, but things were working. Let's go. Let's keep it up. So I came in 28 when I was in the UFC, a little fairly late in the game, and I was more focused on my striking up until that point. And to be honest with you, I'm still learning, man.
Absolutely. And last but not least from me, I saw a lot of people on social media, Instagram specifically, they were saying that they're predicting a Wonder Boy submission this week, man. What do you think about that?
Well, hey, it could happen, baby. You never know. I might sneak one of those in. So, yeah, man, we've been working on it nonstop. I got great coaches back home. You know, of course, my dad, Brad Strain, my buddy Gino, Weston Wilson, Tom Lane, Chris Weidman. Got a whole great team around me to help me get to this point. So I'm going to put on a show.
Steven, right over here. You're known as one of the nicest guys in the UFC. You're just really positive. You have this great golden retriever energy to you. I'm just wondering, is there any moment on fight night, whether it's in the locker room, the walkouts, entering the octagon, where you have to maybe get a little angry and let the pit bull out a little bit?
I don't think I've ever, since my very first fight, kickboxing fight up until now, never angry. And I was taught that just because it took me a little, especially as a teenager in my early 20s when that testosterone's flowing, you know, you're just like, you know, but you got to learn to dial it back because you start getting angry, you start doing things you normally wouldn't do out there. You see fighters do that. They get angry, they get mad, and the next thing you know, they start swinging for the fences, leaving themselves open, and then they get put out. So I learned to kind of channel that into just my fight mindset, right? I know there's a time when I can chill, hang out with other people. Whenever it's time for business, it's time for business. I go out there, no animosity, but I'm going to get this done, right? I'm going to knock you out. I'm going to love you after. Or I'm going to get knocked out, and I'm going to love you after. And, you know, it was just your best time. So no animosity. I'm never angry. I'm focused, yes. I know what needs to be done, yes, but I'm never angry.
You're not like super happy either. You're just kind of.
Yeah. I'm not like, you know, jumping around. I'm like, why am I doing this, dude? No, for real. I mean, you know, they say whenever you step out there, if you're not nervous, that's the time to kind of hang it up, you know. But every time, I mean, just being up here with you guys, anytime I leave my hotel room, I feel the nerves. But that lets you know you're live. Like, how many people are willing to do what we do on a daily basis, especially during fight week, the weight cut, the media, you know, all the nerves, the anxiety that comes along with it. I think that's what gets addicting. When you get guys who want to retire or they come out of retirement or they should retire but they don't retire, is they're chasing that feeling still. They go home every day and it's like, it's not the same, you know? So I think I love it. I learned to love it. I hate it at the same time, but I love it at the same time because after the fight, win or lose, it's like, let's do this again, you know?
Yeah, John Jones said is butterflies information is what he says.
Yeah, I agree.
That.
Butterfly information, man.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, guys. Thank y'all.
here for what is allegedly your last media day for UFC. So I guess how's fight week been for you? I say allegedly because it's MMA retirement. You always hear people like Jose Aldo's fighting, and he retired, got inducted into the Hall of Fame. So I'll just ask you, like, I'm sure you've been asked this, like, is this actually it for you on Saturday?
Yes, most definitely. No matter the outcome, 1 minute finish, I think this is it for me. Kind of ready to move on to that next chapter in life. Just staying home with my son, maybe growing a bigger family. So it's going to be a little bit hard to get back in the octagon with a big belly like that.
So how has fight week been for you? Like, are you taking it all in? Are you just treating it like a normal fight week? Are you kind of like savoring moments of like, oh, this is the last time I'll have to do portraits, last time I'll have to, check the gloves and everything? Or is this normal fight week?
I'm really, just trying to enjoy the moment and kind of have a more like, carefree attitude and just have fun with everyone. Normally I would just be a hermit in my room and just, super focused. But now I'm just kind of enjoying like, every aspect of it, trying to take more pictures, document a little bit more. I'm doing an after party and, I'm like having all my friends that are coming out for lunch after weigh-ins, just kind of like having fun and appreciating all the people and the experience of fight week.
In terms of, you're fighting Tecia Pennington, you obviously have history with her from The Ultimate Fighter. Are you surprised that you guys never like linked up again in the octagon, considering, you went on to be a 2-time champion? She's always kind of floated around the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, you never kind of know how matchups end up. Some matchups might make sense, but they just kind of never come to fruition. But I mean, here we are on my last fight, and it's happening. This is actually my second rematch of my career. First one was Rose, also from The Ultimate Fighter. So, yeah, I'm excited. I think it'll be a fun one.
She was in here earlier, and she said just because the co-main event, a lot of the storyline is how they didn't get along on The Ultimate Fighter, and we asked, like, did you and Carla have a similar kind of rivalry? And she said, well, we were on The Ultimate Fighter. She wasn't my favorite. And then since then, you've had your son, she's had a daughter she says it's all good now. But did you also kind of feel similar to Tecia, like maybe she wasn't your favorite either?
Yeah, I guess that's a nice way to put it. She wasn't my favorite, but since then, being in the sport so long and just, kind of almost like starting this division and kind of being in the ups and downs of, just being in the UFC as a female from the beginning, it's just kind of like you can't not have a lot of respect for that journey that we've been on. And I think just kind of, both having babies around the same time, and she's a little ahead of me. I'm like, what's happening? Like, what do you do? And I actually reached out to her a little bit for some advice, and it's kind of been cool to like chat with her. And I wasn't expecting this to be my next matchup, but sometimes things just shake up like that.
Looking at your career and just life in general, you can kind of bookmark a lot of major moments around the UFC, like The Ultimate Fighter, winning the title, you got married as the champion, you had your first son on the UFC roster. Is it going to be weird kind of not looking ahead to the next fight all of the time, like when you finally do hang it up?
I think so. I mean, as a fighter, fighting is everything in my life. You eat, sleep, breathe, train, like that's just, your whole life revolves around that fight game. So, just kind of stepping away from it, it's kind of like, I feel like it's an identity crisis. Like, what do I do next? But, I mean, fortunately for me, I do have my next job or, being a mom, and I can kind of pass that dedication and that passion over to parenting my son.
And just last one on retirement. We see a lot of athletes in other sports that announce their retirement, like Kobe and David Ortiz and everything. Like, halfway through the season, they're like, I regret announcing it early, because then that becomes the story throughout the season. Was there any regret at all at announcing your retirement that early? Because every interview, I would imagine, from then to the fight is going to be about what are you going to do and all of this retirement talk.
Not really. I mean, I knew that that's what I wanted to do. So, and I've been at peace with the decision for, a long time. So, instead of the questions of like, who's your next fight? And, do you want to get the title back? It's just kind of like, it's a different storyline, but, I felt really good about the decision. Of course, when I go to training and I'm like, oh, I love learning this, or this is such a cool new move, and I still love the sport so much. So I'm not going to step away from it completely as far as like coaching and training and whatnot. But yeah, I'm actually happy that I announced the decision and was able to kind of like go into this camp like with a different spirit.
Have you thought about the possibility of, because I would imagine, two-time champion for inaugural strawweight champion, that you would be kind of a shoo-in for the UFC Hall of Fame at some point. Like, has that floated in your mind at all, like coming back and being up there making a speech?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, like, that's my biggest dream, right? I mean, Hall of Fame in the UFC, I mean, doesn't get much better than that. So I hope I can be up there with, the best of the best, all the legends in the sport. That would be really cool.
And then last one for me, unrelated to your fight, can you just get your thoughts on the main event between Khalil and Alex?
I think Khalil is a wild card, Sometimes he surprises you and he just has these like amazingly devastating knockouts. But I mean, he is just proven, fight and fight again. He is just so good and hard to beat. I mean, he's made the best guys in the division kind of look like, like he's toyed with them. So I don't know. The only thing that I would say, just kind of being in that position of, having to fight so frequently in such a short period of time, is it taxes you. It definitely wears on you. So I could see that kind of being the only, issue. You get a little bit burnt out, your body, your mind. So that would be the only issue. And I think Khalil is hungry. I mean, he's been up and down in this division, and he's clawed his way to this title fight. So I wouldn't put a win past him.
Is that a regret you have of taking, like when you were champion, I think you won it in December and then immediately turned around in March to defend your title against Julianna? Was that a regret you had? Like if you could go back, you'd maybe take an extra few months?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I was like, letting the UFC, I needed more time, and I was pretty burnt out from the show and fighting already 4 times within a very short period of time. But, being so early in my career and not, you get a little bit intimidated and it's hard to say no when, it's a fight that for them really makes sense. I think me fighting, defending the title on the same card as Anthony was a fight that, a card that really made sense. But at the end of the day, all in the past, and all you can do is pick up, evolve, and move forward and try to get another title shot, which I did. So, yeah.
Carla, right over here in the back. Sorry. So obviously returning after nearly 2 years, what were some of the biggest hurdles that you had to overcome just to get back to this point?
I mean, just pregnancy takes such a toll on your body. I didn't honestly know if I'd be able to come back to this fight, like beforehand, not knowing what labor and pregnancy would be like. Fortunately, everything went very smoothly, but it's just like any major injury or traumatic experience to your body. You really need to take your time and build your way back and be patient in that rehab process, which I was. But I would say another challenge was also just remembering everything. Not having really trained much other than lifting weights in my camp is just kind of like I'm training. I'm like, what was that move again? Like there's so much knowledge that's been built up over these last 15 years of fighting. I'm like, I didn't even realize how much I knew until I started trying to remember everything. So definitely a long layoff is rough, and hopefully I don't have too much ring rust to shake off in that octagon.
And now that you have your baby boy over there, do you feel like you're fighting for more now being a mother?
Most definitely. I want to go out there and make him proud. I mean, he won't really get it now, but when he looks back and I just want him to be proud of me and, get that win bonus, that Donovan scholarship fund. So, that's always more motivation for sure.
And after your retirement, do you believe or do you think that you'll have any involvement in the sport, maybe commentating, coaching, anything like that? Is there any involvement that you could see yourself having, after you're retired as an actual fighter?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I enjoy doing seminars. I'd love to put up a series of kind of like ground and pound or takedowns, striking to the takedowns, setups that I've kind of built over the years. I think that would be really cool to kind of share that knowledge with people. I love, helping my teammates. And I genuinely love like helping grow fighters and stuff. So I'm not ready to completely walk away from the sport. Period. It's in my blood, but just maybe as a fighter.
Yep, and last one from me. Being that this is the last one, what do you want the fans, the MMA community, to remember about you, the Cookie Monster, Carla Esparza, being that obviously this is the last fight for you?
I would say the biggest thing I want people to remember from my story is that, never count yourself out. You can fall, but you can always build your way back up. And if you put enough work in and you want it enough, you can always come back, no matter how bad things might seem, because it's tough after losses and, even just in life in general. But, knowing that you can always put that foot forward and come back and be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Also want to say hello. Hi there.